Mr. Mayor, did you get my text?
Yes.
We're live now, Mayor McQueen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our February 2nd, 2022 council meeting. Welcome council and staff and the viewing public, and I guess our delegations as well. I'm going to start off with February 2nd is, as we all know, is Groundhog Day, and I understand that the new Wyerton Willie did not see his shadow. So he will not be running back into his burrow and sleeping for another 6 weeks. So according to the mayor of South Bruce Mensa, it's going to be an early spring. Now you look out the window today and it's snowing, so I guess it's getting it out of its system early. But we know you always get 6 more weeks of spring anyway to the middle of March. But it is encouraging, and the day we're getting more daylight as well. So we'll put that down as a positive part of today. There is a published agenda that was provided on our website. And from that, I'm going to ask, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I'd like to make a resolution that we add an item to the closed agenda to receive some legal advice under the client solicitor privilege. Thank you.
Did you say there was a timing on that? You said.
I believe we were going to deal with the timing issue later, but I think it will be around 2:30. But I don't think it needs to be in the resolution at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Allwood, you're bringing that forward. So then I need a motion to add that to the agenda. So you're moving that, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Nielsen, you're seconding that. So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on that item to be added to today's agenda? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of that resolution? That's carried unanimously. All right. Are there any additions, any other additions to today's agenda or deletions? I hear none. So, so we do have a amended agenda. So I do need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Little and Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion there? Seeing none. That all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. All right. So we do have an amended agenda. Are there any? Oh, that's going to be after the open forum. Sorry, just announcement before we start into our, since we have an approved agenda, I want to make a staff announcement that today we are very happy to introduce Chris Cornfield. He has made a trek back to Grey Highlands. I'm going to call it a sabbatical of some sort, but welcome back, Chris, and I'm going to give a round of applause for coming back to help us out here at the Municipality of Grey Highlands. Welcome, and do you have a comment? Hello.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really excited about coming back. Really looking forward to working with the council and staff. Everybody's been fantastic here, and looking forward to moving ahead. Great.
Well, thank you, and all the best, and certainly, we have a great council here. So, certainly, if you have any questions or questions to you, I know that always works well, and all the best. Maybe you like the idea of having an early spring too. Very good. Well, again, welcome. Thanks again. All right. So now that we have an approved agenda, sorry, Councillor Nielsen, do you have a comment? Or maybe something else to bring forward?
No, I was just, I have a recommendation to move a motion for open forum, if that's okay. I was preemptively getting excited for the open forum section.
Okay, well, I'll come to you in a second, in the sense that I just want to announce that that's the part of the agenda that we are on our open forum. And as we know through our procedure bylaw, this allows people to speak to items that are listed on our agenda. And our procedure bylaw allows 3 minutes per individual, up to five. I think it's 5 individuals that can speak, either manually or electronically. There's two different formats there. Obviously, we're electronic today. And Madam Deputy Clerk, or Madam Clerk, how many people do we have? Anybody wishing to speak today for our open forum?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So we actually have a really large number of people wishing to speak at open forum today. The final count as of 12 o'clock, which was the deadline for registration, was 35 members. There are 1 member to speak on the arena opening, 1 member to speak on the rodeo item, and the rest were on the talisman issue. As we're aware, the procedure bylaw only allows for 5 people in person or 5 people electronically for a total of 3 minutes each. So in order to sway from that, we would require that there be a motion from a member of council to sway from that, to allow additional people to speak or to allow additional timing.
So just before I entertain that, but to our procedural bylaw, currently, is there like who comes first order? Like, is there like, how does that read in the sense of 5? How is that?
Previously, before we entered into this hybrid environment and this electronic environment, it was the first 5 people that signed up. That is how the order of speakers went. And then we closed the registration after the 5 has been filled. Because of the registration with Zoom, we don't really have that ability to track it on a per person thing. The open forum in person only opened 15 minutes before the meeting as people were entering council chambers. So it's a little bit of a different environment. So it does not speak to who gets to speak or what order. We do have them laid out in order of registration, the time of their registration.
So according to the hybrid way of dealing with it today would be first come, first serve on that list going through. Okay. Correct. And just one other clarity, you said the arena report, the rodeo report, and the talisman. So that talisman would be the bylaw.
So most of the people have mentioned just sale of talisman. They didn't actually specify. A few people did specify either item 9.10 or item 10.6 or both of them. They're both related to the same thing.
Yeah, I just want to get that clarity. Thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. And Councillor Nielsen, you wish to be recognized.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. I would like to move a motion to try to allow for more speakers to speak at the open forum. So I would like to move the motion as stated, that council suspend section 7.16 of the procedural bylaw related to the number and timing of open forum participants, and that council permit all persons registered for open forum to speak for a maximum of 1 minute each. While it is lowering the amount of time that an individual can speak, the objective is to try to get everybody an opportunity to speak at least a little bit.
Okay. And so is there a seconder for that motion, Councillor Little? And just to clarify on that, I would expect then that we would, as we open up to each person, we'd ask for name and address. And I will say that we want to be respectful of those speakers, and if it steps out of that realm, then well, we want to be respectful for all. So discussion on that. So that's moved by Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Little. Councillor Albert.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to council and staff. Are we saying that even the 2 that would like to speak on the arena and sorry, I've forgotten the other item now. Are they limited to 1 minute, or do they get their full 3 minutes, and the 33 or so that need to speak on talisman, given the number, would be limited to 1 minute? Is that what we're intending here?
I'll get clarity from the mover, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. To Councillor Elwood, it is hard to say one person is allowed more time than another. So while I respect that the larger number of people are trying to speak on one item, I would probably suggest 1 minute for everybody to be equal and fair to everybody who signed up for open forum today. I know that's challenging for the 2 people who have a different item to speak on, but trying to be fair and equitable across the board.
Okay, Councillor Alwood, do you have a follow-up to that? Do you have any other comments to that?
No, thank you for that clarity. I was just trying to remember, we had a similar situation not too long ago where we had a bunch of speakers on one item, and I thought that was the way we dealt with it, where we limited the number of, or the time rather, for the people that were all talking on the same item and accommodated hearing all of them. But I'll go with the will of council. Thank you.
Certainly, this is a motion on the floor. It can be amended, but this is the current motion that's on the floor right now. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondered if it would be appropriate to allow the two that are not speaking on the Talisman properties to go first, just in case they need to get back to work or something like that, that they're not waiting around for an hour and a half.
So I'm going to go to the clerk for procedural part of that. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. If you're following the order of order of registration, the first two registrants were on the other two items.
Oh. Okay, thanks for that clarity. So that's already in place, Councillor Allen, just the way it worked out. So, okay. Any other comments with regards to the motion on the floor that we're going to suspend the procedure bylaw and move toward our open forum delegates to have 1 minute each? Any further discussions on that one? And that was moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Little. All in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, new rules for our procedural bylaws. So do you have any questions?
I have no questions. It's 1 minute each. It's going to take a little bit for us to find people to be able to give them the permission to speak. For all those that registered for open forum, your name will be announced by the deputy clerk. She will then give you permission to unmute yourself. There are 4 people that have called in, so their names are being shown as call-in listeners. So when your name is called, if you can use the raise hand feature so we can find you a little bit easier when it's your name. As well, and then you'll be able to unmute and move forward in that way. So we'll start with, I guess, Deputy Clerk Levitt will call off the name of the order of the registrations were received.
Right. And just before you move on, you're obviously there's only 3 items, so we know the first 2 will be the 2 other items. So once we get into number 3 to 35, we'll know it's all the same item, and that'll save a little bit of time on announcing, re-announcing.
Yes, and I will point out that I do not, previously I usually have a 3-minute timer that I can put on my screen. I do not have a 1 minute timer set up in that way. So I will keep my camera off, and when my camera comes back on, that means that the timer is off, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I can sort of run a clock here as well, but it is harder for us when we're trying to pay attention. And yeah, so soon as you appear, then is that what you're saying? As soon as you appear, okay, that'll be simple, very simple, very good. That's super for that. Any other questions of clarity before we, because it's going to be a little bit of time here. I do ask that you provide your name and address, and certainly be respectful of the time and as you bring forward your information. Okay. All right.
Mayor McQueen, just before we get going, I do just want to let people know that open forum is a chance for people to speak, not for council to respond. So this is not a question and answer. I just want to make sure that all the open forum speakers are aware of that under the procedure bylaw, that council is just taking in the information, and then they may debate or consider the information they received when the actual item comes forward on the agenda.
Yeah, thanks for that clarity. And I know myself, I got pen and paper too. And I'm sure everybody else does too, for taking down all the comments that come in. Okay, I'll leave it over to the clerk's department to start, please.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Our first speaker is Darlene Lamberti, and she's speaking on item 8.5, which is the rodeo.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor McQueen, Your Worship, and Council. Thank you very much for having me here today. I've got to talk quick because I only have 1 minute, but I think I can do this. I am Darlene Lamberti, Executive Director of the Centre Grey Health Services Foundation here at the Markdale Hospital. The rodeo last fall was a fantastic success from so many different perspectives. Our biggest challenge here at the foundation is to educate the community. Many people, service clubs, businesses are not aware that this community is responsible for 100% of the costs of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that are in their local hospitals. They're not aware that the foundation's goal is to raise $1 million every single year for local health care. The rodeo is a perfect venue for us to reach and educate people that we may not otherwise have an opportunity to reach. I'd also like to point out that it is a great way for the community to support local healthcare. At the past rodeo, I spent a lot of time greeting people as they entered the grounds, and I thank them for coming and supporting local healthcare. Many of the people firmly stated that they came because they wanted to support local healthcare. So I consider that a win-win.
Thank you, Darlene.
Oh my gosh, is it a minute already? Sorry. I just want to say it was a great time. I had a lot of fun, and I hope we can do it again.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, okay, just before we go on to the next one, I wonder if there's a way, if they can see me, that I can put my hand up. There's 10 seconds left. I don't know. I know it's hard when you're trying to get everything done, but I don't know. Is there some way I can signal, or somewhere if you come on 10 seconds? I don't know. It's like that early warning.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I can actually turn on my camera at 10 seconds before. That way it kind of triggers to.
Yeah. Just to make it easy and streamlined. Thank you.
So I'll pop in between 15 and 10 seconds remaining, and then at the end I'll do this, and then you can see.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Angela Teeter, speaking on item 8.1.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be very quick. My one question also, if you could follow up, can I submit my entire document so that I get my full time to be heard? So Markdale, I live in Markdale. I work in Markdale. I have a business in Markdale. I'm on 3 committees in Markdale. The decision to not open Markdale is very concerning. The CAO staff have indicated it's a human resourcing issue. So I ask, when there was a staff shortage in garbage and recycling pickup, and the decision was made that one community, if they lost 100% of the garbage service during the duration of the staff shortage, and all the other communities received 100%, and we lost all of ours, would that be acceptable? The fact that there's been a staffing shortage at the dumps physically happened in January, and you didn't close a single location, you merely restricted hours. Why are we losing our entire ice surface rental time? They say everyone has been accommodated. They have not been. Chatsworth has gone elsewhere. Highlanders have lost 50% of their time.
Sorry, Angela, we're in a real tight, but do send that. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Griggs.
It feels like the Olympics.
Just takes a moment to find.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
You hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. I think it's very fitting that today is Groundhog Day, because here we seem to have Council preparing to make the same mistakes that they've done in the past. I urge Council not to approve the bylaw, or to, as a minimum, postpone the consideration of it for the following reasons. First, Council has nothing before it that either recommends acceptance or rejection of this offer. There's no staff report being provided on one of the most important decisions to be made by Council in years. And what is clear to me is that the development in this sensitive area is counter to the key pillars of the strategic plan, and I refer you back to that. I look forward to hearing each councillor and the mayor speaking as to why they personally believe this sale is in the best interest of the community and furthers the objectives of the strategic plan. Second, due process has not been followed. From the wording of the bylaw, it is clear that Council recognizes that it has made procedural errors and entirely failed to follow its own policy on the sale of surplus lands. Simply adding wording to the bylaw to try to cure these defects does not make the results right and justifiable, and may in fact not even be legal. Fourth, there's no reason to rush this process. Clearly, the matter was added to the agenda at the last minute with no publicity.
Thank you, Stephen.
Next, we have Jane Farrow, and I should have mentioned the rest of the speakers from this point on are speaking regarding item 10.6 and or 9.10. So let me just find Jane.
Thanks for that clarity.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Okay, 1 minute. This is an egregious, more abusive process. It's kind of astonishing to me. We're rushing through these things. This is such an important decision. I oppose the sale of the Talisman lands clearly, and the municipal staff advice that you've chosen not to challenge. I know that it's their job to give you this advice. They've given you bad advice and you are going along with it. So it's up to you to accept or reject the deal. The process is terrible. I'm calling it out for what it is, a flagrant disregard for the principles of democracy, transparency, and accountability that you vowed to uphold as an elected official. You sold public lands conditionally to the lowest bidder, not just lands, prime Niagara escarpment lands, to a developer with very little in their portfolio or track record to suggest that they will be able to deliver on a deal, an agreement of this scale and scope. Behind closed doors, you want us to trust us. You don't really tell us what's in this agreement, so that we might actually have something to evaluate whether we can trust you or not. You don't answer letters, emails, phone calls. You have broken the public trust. And that is a terrible cost.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Ferguson. Go ahead, Mary.
Good afternoon. Are you there, Mary?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. You asked Robert Barnett to unmute. You may have neglected to ask Mary to unmute.
Okay. I see Mary. I see Mary's here now. So thank you. Good afternoon, Mary.
Mayor McQueen, I'm wondering if someone shared their registration link. That this is what happens. It registers as the user who shared the link. So let me just see if there's another.
I just changed this Mary Ferguson name to Robert Barnett,
okay.
So we are aware in the future.
Okay. So do we have a Mary Ferguson speaking, or is it actually Robert?
So if Mary Ferguson can please raise her hand.
Okay, Mary is with us now, I believe.
Okay, so does that mean you can hear me now as well?
Good afternoon, Mary.
Hi. Okay, so I'm Mary Ferguson. This is the third time that Friends of the Beaver Valley and our partner EBC have been speaking with you to communicate about some wonderful possibilities. When we heard about this meeting on Monday, we sprang into action to prepare our voices to be heard today again. We have all been working for a year trying to influence council for real possibilities with local leadership for the development of the Talisman lands. We tried to understand council's decision-making process, but throughout all this time, you have been opaque. Instead of listening to your community, you've listened to one voice, that of Westway. Your decision-making processes are failing you and all the residents of Grey Highlands. Today, you are about to sell a jewel that is currently still ours to own and develop, but in a few hours, you will have given it away to an outside party with no commitment to us or our constituents. Friends of the Beaver Valley and EBC urge you to vote against the selling of the property to Westway. In our first meeting with you, one of the councillors referred to the Talisman lands decision-making process, that it was sort of like being in a Groundhog Day kind of thing. Here we are again on Groundhog Day.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, our next speaker is Ka Lazure.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kate Lazier. Sorry about the typo. I will rush and dispense with pleasantries. I'm sorry. When it comes to the Talisman site over and over again, we observe that what you say is completely different from what you do. You say you want to maximize profit, and yet clearly accepted an offer that's below market value, and you ignored a compelling offer of more funds from the respected Escarpment Biosphere Conservancy. You say you care about the environment and climate change. In fact, by putting new development on 64 acres of existing green and agricultural land, you're doing exactly the opposite, breaking up wildlife corridors, increasing CO2 emissions, cutting down trees, and polluting the Beaver River. You're risking our water supply, given what we know about karst geology. Because your floodplain mapping is out of date and doesn't incorporate climate change modeling, you're risking catastrophic floods that would wreck new development, compromise nearby sewage lagoons and other critical infrastructure. You say your process is fair and open, but you don't conduct a transparent process in accepting bids for the land, and you ignore the results of the Beaver Valley visit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Barnett. Robert, are you able to unmute?
Sorry, I started talking. I unmuted a while ago. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen and Council. I believe it's unfair to only allow me to speak for 1 minute about our offer. We've offered you $2,775,000, which I now understand is higher than the other offer. Escarpment Conservancy is the largest Ontario-focused land trust. We have a very successful partnership with you and Blue Mountains over at Heathcote, where everybody's sharing the same parks that we own. We have a half interest in that land. So we have the money but we will have the money to buy this property. And we're offering you a full cash offer. And we think it's unfair when you should be concentrating government land on government objectives and meeting your official plan and that of Grey County. Accepting the Westwood offer will not do that. I'm sorry. So we've brought you a cash offer for the full market value of your properties.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Pym. I'm just still finding her in this list.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm here representing the Niagara Escarpment Foundation to sell off a precious natural asset to private development interests when all governments should be retaining their natural heritage lands as a legacy for the future is breathtakingly short-sighted. If Grey Highlands finalizes the sale of the Talisman lands it owns to Westway, make no mistake, this action would become known far and wide in a very negative light in communities up and down the whole Niagara Escarpment. Grey Highlands would soon become a pariah when it comes to Niagara Escarpment protection for future generations. If the public lands at Talisman are sold to maximize development and profits, this would constitute an unprecedented rupture of the historic tradition of private-public partnerships faithfully supporting the Niagara Escarpment Plan in the Beaver Valley. We urge Council to reject the draft Talisman bylaw. You have an historic opportunity to better protect a UNESCO biosphere and Ontario's Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Heather Gilman. Heather, are you able to unmute? I'm not getting any responses here from Heather. Heather, are you there? Okay, our next speaker would be James Wayman. Just give me a sec to find James. I don't see you, James, in the list. If you're calling in by phone, can you press *9 to raise your hand? Okay. After James, we have Joe Killoran. Who I also don't see in the list. Same thing, Joe, if you've joined us by telephone, if you can press *9 to raise your hand. After Joe, we have James Clark. James Clark, okay, just one sec. We've had one. Oh, I do have James Wayman. I apologize. So if we could go back to that speaker.
Hi, this is James Wayman speaking. Thanks for taking my quick presentation. I just wanted to put it in my vote for pending any decision on the Talisman lands further to additional community consultation, because it seems like there are options available that are focused on sustainable growth rather than a quick business deal. I'd like to ask council to continue to negotiate with the community and with the Conservancy to come up with a decision that best suits our sustainable development plan for the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just quickly go back. Joe Killoran or James Clark, if you're in attendance and can raise your hand, that would be great. I'm not seeing you in our list. And at the same time, I will just look for our next speaker. I'm not seeing anything. Our next speaker is Ayrton Dick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayrton Dick. I'm a resident of Kimberley. The Beaver Valley is a gem in Ontario and undoubtedly the crown jewel of Grey Highlands. For decades, the township has stewarded these lands in a very prudent way, balancing the needs to preserve nature, the local economy, and the interests of both residents, the recreational interests of residents and visitors. That record appears to have come to an end. We all recognize and embrace the need for economic development in a sensible manner. But I and many others are not in favor of what has been proposed by Westway. Not only is the sale price egregiously below market value for a development, but the misfits calling themselves Westway Capital are grossly unqualified to undertake a development project of this scale and importance. For Christ's sake, the analyst is a furniture salesman. Westway Capital is clearly in over their head. Most confusing is why you have not jumped on the opportunity handed to you on a silver platter by the Escarpment Biosphere Conservancy. Here's a white knight swooping in with a perfect solution. You have audacity to not even consider it. Surely your judgment is severely impaired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Black.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a residential taxpayer for 25 years. I was first privy to the wonders of Beaver Valley as a volunteer ski patroller at Talisman in the early 1970s. I'm a principal in the investment firm, and very much in our world is the focus on ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues. I fail to see that what the council has done to date has met any of those tests. And I would ask you a final question, assuming I'm no expert on the municipal act, but I'm assuming there's a fiduciary's responsibility. And I'd ask you to sincerely search your souls as to whether you've met that obligation as fiduciaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, Helen Gilmore, James Clark, or Joe Killoran, any sign of those individuals?
Not yet, Your Worship, but what I can do, we could keep going and then I'll just keep checking and update you as we go. Our next speaker is Paula Glick.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to just share, I'm also a local close to Kimberley up on East Mountain. I love the area, very proud of this, of what Beaver Valley has to offer, and it is a precious gem. I totally copy so many of the existing comments that have already been made and very well thought through speeches. I too was not impressed with Westway. I am extremely concerned about the environmental degradation and the historic opportunity that you have here in front of you to make the right decision, given where we are with climate change, given all of the environmental potential and prospective difficulties. As fiduciaries, I really believe that you have something in front of you that needs to be reconsidered. And I agree that we need to continue to negotiate. And so I would request that in the name of better sustainability and better governance, that you rethink this.
Thank you. Thank you. Just going back, Madam Deputy Clerk, I got a text from Mr. Kelleran that he's been on Zoom call since 1:02, but my screen never showed an unmute button. I don't know if you're able to help him or not.
Okay, and sorry, that was Joe?
Yep.
And are you able to see what name he joined under, or if it's via phone, telephone? Sorry, I don't see him unless he's joined as another name. I'll look. We'll let Emma, if we can let Emma Stainton speak, and I will keep searching for Joe.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I've been visiting this area for about 15 years. I have become a permanent resident in the past year and a half, and I am just beyond flabbergasted that this deja vu experience would happen where the sale has been below market value and behind closed doors. I am not opposed at all to development. I just would like it to be transparent and involve obligations with the development company, ideally a suitable and experienced development company, to protect what we know is unbelievably important to our environment, especially in the floodplains of the lower golf course section. I've been asking for updates as the council promised on their 5-year plan. Quarterly updates was the promise. They have not provided any updates and blamed that on the pandemic, but you happen to be able to move very quickly on this sale. And so I would appreciate if you could abide by your own commitments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy McDonald.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Wendy McDonald from Kimberley, and I'm concerned that my request that council members address agenda item 9.0, the consent agenda portion, and that this has not come up yet during your meeting, and ask for you to remove item 9.10 regarding the sale of Talisman lands from said consent agenda items, and that the item be further addressed in general council with a full reading. Please address my request and give me some sort of response. I'm also asking for council to go beyond their interpretation of legal obligations and respond instead to the moral and ethical implications of your choice to sell the Talisman properties to Westway Newco, and to be aware of the court of public opinion. Please make the right choice according to the public feedback on the Talisman sale. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have T.O. Wayman.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm just going to make this quick. I'm a young resident, part-time resident up there. I've been coming up since I was a child, and I deeply love the area and deeply love the access to nature and all of the things that we have in the Escarpment area. And I'm also very worried about the proposed sell to Westgate, and I think that it is egregious that we've had offers made to you by the public for more money, and yet you're still selling it for less than it's worth, and to a company that doesn't have a great track record. And I think that you really need to listen to a lot of the younger community members and people who have also expressed their opinions on the sale. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Woolner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Great. Forgive my bluntness. I've been first of all, a 20-year resident in the Valley. But my family first came to the area 190 years ago. And the Woolner family settled just east of here. I've have growing dismay as I've seen this process unfold. I can't believe that we would single source a sale of this valuable land when any member sitting here at council today would not even have their own house painted with from a sole contractor, untested contractor to paint the house. So to sole source this solution with an untested, hastily put together company Westaway, I think is unconscionable. It's been the series of questions I have is what's the rush? Why the lack of transparency? And why have you forced your citizenry to bring a lawsuit against the municipality?
Thank you.
Next, we have Alex Spiegel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you. I offer my comments from an informed perspective. I've worked in the development industry for over 45 years and have been involved in many innovative developments, including partnerships with municipalities. I have a strong track record in sustainable development as a partner with the Windmill Development Group. Based on this experience, I offer you my thoughts as a concerned citizen and community member. We're direct neighbors of the lands adjacent to Talisman on its southern flank. We chose to live here because of its extraordinary beauty and because we value the strong sense of community. Redevelopment offers incredible potential to restore the damaged landscape, enhance its biodiversity, and bring new cultural and economic life to the area. Sadly, the Westway Group does not offer much hope in achieving any of these goals. I'm frankly dismayed at the profound lack of transparency, authenticity, experience, and due process that has been demonstrated by this proponent. Why haven't other options not been considered? I expressed these concerns in a letter in July and have still not received a response. I'm very disappointed to say.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carol Jenkins.
Good afternoon. I'm an owner of lands that directly abut Talisman. I'm concerned with the lack of transparency, the lack of consultation, the lack of concern around environmental protections. Your process today shows that you need to postpone your current steps and at a very minimum, open a town hall. Let people speak for more than a minute. Hear all of their concerns and answer their questions for what you've done to date and what you propose to do in the future. People have placed their trust in you as elected officials. What you are doing right now is betraying that trust. Hear from the people who elected you. Answer them so that at least we have some idea about why you're proposing what you're proposing, which in my view is completely contrary to the reasons that you've heard by all the people that have come before. Give us more than a minute, please.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeanette Walter.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. So I want some answers, please. What is the rush to get this deal done? Mayor McQueen, you've publicly stated that there is no rush and it'll be done right this time. However, this time, there's not even any pretense of any public engagement. So why the rush? And please explain exactly what you have done right this time. What are the binding contractual obligations that you've been placed on Westway to ensure appropriate development? Zoning and the planning process can only allow for very inappropriate development at the end of the day. If the answer is there are no obligations, I would like to hear that stated publicly. Would it be correct to say that council is relying on their hope that Westway will play nice and do what's appropriate? I'd like an answer. Karen Gavan repeatedly said secrecy was required to protect Grey Highlands' bargaining power. There is no evidence in the legal contract of any bargaining done on behalf of Grey Highlands residents. Please explain how this secrecy benefited residents and was not done to give Westway full control of the deal, including shutting out competing offers. Also, please.
Next, we have Elizabeth Johnston.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. Elizabeth Johnston from Showbox Side Road. I'd like to offer you $1,001 for the golf course today. I've never been given the opportunity to purchase just the golf course. I bid on the tube park and won it from my husband. He was born in Markdale and worked at Talisman. 10 years, Gary and I have been cleaning up the mess on the Talisman tube park property. Our retirement house is designed and we plan on being here a long time. We have managed other properties on significant wetlands. As neighbors to this parcel of land, it is your responsibility to inform us of any future development that can affect our peaceful retirement. If we base the sale price on the 80-acre farm that sold last year for over $10,000 an acre, that'd be a good place to start. We are currently successful in business. It would be a good choice. We have the maintenance sheds that were previously used for all the golfing and skiing. And trespassing is an ongoing problem, so please do not sell this to developers. The future tax infusion for the community is on top of your thoughts, but please look at other environmental factors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Monica Noy. Sorry, this is taking me a second.
Take your time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Monica Noy. I live part-time in the Beaver Valley. I do myself have been on several boards, so I'd like to ask, can the council justify that due process for this sale is being upheld if a study to determine the significant economic benefits and environmental impacts from nature-based recreational activities is not undertaken? If the sale to Westway Capital is not seen to be in line with the environmentally protective Niagara Escarpment plan that outlines the types of land uses allowed on the Talisman lands, if the sale to Westway does not shield the Beaver Valley from rampant development along its corridor, continuous natural corridor, if the Grey Highlands Council does not abandon the conditional sale of the Talisman lands to Westway to consider all conservation first proposals for the future of the property, and if the Escarpment Biosphere Conservancy offer, which is in line with conservation requirements, is not fully considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Juliette Nelson, and I'm not seeing Juliette in our list. So Juliette, if you're joining us from a telephone, could you please press *9 to raise your hand? And again, if we have no hands raised, we will move on. And then at the end, we could go back and give one last opportunity for anyone that we've missed. Our next speaker is Daniel Mcallister. Same thing, I'm not seeing Daniel. Daniel, if you are in attendance, if you on a telephone, if you could press *9 to raise your hand. After Daniel, we have Erica Ferguson.
Can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Hi, this 1 minute restriction is a bit of an insult. I just want to note no one speaker has been pro sale here. I had a 3-minute speech prepared, but I'll do my best. I've cut it down to this. There has been no formal consultation on Talisman since 2014. Councillors, I've spoken to each of you individually. It seems to me that you're responsible, courageous people with Grey Highlands' best interests at heart. But hear me now. You simply cannot make the best decision on this sale if you do not provide a proper forum for community consultation. You cannot delegate that responsibility to an outside interest, and doing so desecrates your role as Councillor of Grey Highlands. No one who is advising you wants you to consult the community properly. Not the developer, not your staff, not Think Compass. Community consultations are messy and time-consuming, but the crux of the matter is the community needs to be heard by you, not by private interests. And any decision you make without listening to us is a decision made in error. It is scary to engage in a difficult discussion, but it is your job.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christopher Reed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will be brief. My name is Chris Reed, and we are among the closest living people to Upper Talisman lands that is proposed to be sold and share infrastructure to that land. Like many residents, we've been dealing with a roller coaster of emotion due to lack of consultation, information, and transparency on the sale of our neighboring green space, which all community members visit and enjoy. I'd specifically call it that word, green space, not surplus. As a neighboring resident, I must be clear that I am for progress on the Grey Highlands. I am for prosperity and development, and I'm for improving the lives and well-being of residents and visitors, all while balancing the needs of our environment. What we are opposed to is the absence of good process and values that are not vested in these outcomes to find an equitable balance between these interests. As a result, I am firmly against the bylaw in question as it stands today. Beyond what's shared, I'd ask 2 additional clarifying questions by Council and the CAO. In Schedule A, the now disclosed templated agreement of sale, why were critical sections stricken from the agreement, notably Section 2, preliminary draft plan for review, and Section 3, the public engagement strategy? As part of the closed negotiation.
Next speaker, we have Timothy Geary.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Timothy Geary, and although I'm a resident of the town of Blue Mountains, I border the Grey Highlands, and I am an interested party as this is a regional issue. I'm extremely concerned about the many aspects of the pending sale of the Talisman lands, and I strongly urge Council to not pass the bylaw that would enable this sale for the following reasons. The sale would be significantly below market value. This is a private sale without due diligence in determining a fair market value. It may be called an improvident sale, especially in that a higher offer was earlier rejected or not entertained by Council. The elements of the proposal are not transparent. We don't even know what is the intended use. And this sale fails to consider all of the stakeholders, especially the residents of the area. I really urge you to not approve this bylaw.
Thank you. So
Next speaker, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a clarity from Mr. Killoran. He says that he's watching on his iPad and he's now properly on Zoom. So
Okay,
that's all.
I'll just have a quick. Yep, I do see Mr. Killoran, so we can go to him next if you wish.
I'm unmuted. Well, thank you, Paul.
Good afternoon.
Very quickly, I think the 3 evidence-based issues that should be looked at first before the sale of the land is approved. The first is environmental. On November 30th, I talked to one of the surveyors on the golf course lands, and the surveyor was doing a topographical survey, and basically a topographical survey, how much fill would they have to put on the 75 acres to raise it above the floodplain? And it's a natural no-brainer You've got sewer, you've got water capacity, build homes on the golf course. What's it going to cost? And we've seen the free tipping in Salon, the dump trucks going in there, $5 dipping charge. And I calculated 75 acres. I took 8 feet, number of cubic yards, 968,000, 21 cubic yards per triaxle truck. And we're going to have 46,095 dump trucks coming through Kimberley down the hill to dump on the lands.
Thank you.
We're going to have earth that no.
Our next, we do have Daniel Mcallister with us now, so I'll allow him to speak next.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel, are you able to unmute?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep. Good afternoon.
Yes. Thank you very much. I've already expressed my concern to all members of council in writing yesterday, and I'm deeply concerned and offended by this very ill-advised process. There's got to be a public consultation. There's got to be a proper RFP process. There's got to be disclosure. There's got to be environmental assessment. There's got to be all of the things that are normally done in a development, such as the town is doing in Markdale, which I admire. I demand that you abandon this process, throw it in the garbage, and start over in a proper manner. You owe this to your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bruce Harbinson. Bruce, can you unmute?
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Truly appreciate the opportunity to speak before yourself, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I am president of the Escarpment Corridor Alliance, and also am deeply concerned about the sale of these lands and the process that has been undertaken in order for these lands to be sold at this point. In particular, I know, Mayor, with all respect, you sit on the Niagara Escarpment Commission board and understand the value of the Niagara Escarpment Commission and the importance of the integrity of that plan and what it set out to do in terms of safeguarding one of Ontario's most unique natural attributes. And as I look at the strategic plan for the Municipality of Grey Highlands, I see 5 pillars in there, many of which relate to the importance of the natural assets of the Niagara Escarpment and its importance, the Beaver Valley, its importance. Yes, is there a question?
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. You're done. And I wasn't watching the timekeeper there. I was writing everything you write down. So sorry about that, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Jenny Wayman, and I'm not seeing Jenny in the list. So Jenny, if you're with us via telephone, if you could press *9 to raise your hand. And if I don't see any hands, I will move to Lori Moore, who I believe is calling in. And there, okay, I believe this is Lori.
Can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Hi, I would like to echo everyone's comments. I mean, if you don't understand or get this message clearly at this point, I think it would be even more broken public trust at this point. The words that have been echoed is underhanded, abusive process, broken public trust, and negligence. I also urge you to reject and abandon this bylaw and offer. I also live in the area, and I personally know we have no ground source water And our well is not able to sustain even one house, let alone development in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron McDonald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Hello.
Yep,
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. Yeah, my name is Ron McDonald. We moved to Grey Highlands 5 years ago, just on the top of the escarpment. Given you, my question is just obvious, given everything that's here. You have 35 people, pretty much everyone's opposed to this. If you have this many people opposing this sale now, how does it make sense to proceed without more oversight? And including now you have two offers, another one on the table today, but you've got an offer from a recognized steward of the land in the EBC. And how could you choose a lower bid from a private company that has no record of caring for the sustainability and the environment? It seems incredibly short-sighted. I ask you to slow this down, and like everyone else is asking, what is the rush? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margo Orchard.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Great. Thanks for the time. I think it's become really clear, hopefully to you all, that this vote really cannot happen today. It can't take place until there's an assessment of the impact on the land, given that it's Niagara Escarpment. There's rationale for selecting Westway instead of doing the usual RFP process. There's an appraisal of the current market value of the land. An options analysis is provided, including consideration of other offers that might be on the table. And finally, and most importantly, that the community has an opportunity to give feedback and have some consultation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Orchard.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yep, good afternoon.
Afternoon. So I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. I agree with everything that people have voiced so far. To me, the problem is clear that you don't respect the public process. We're limiting everyone to a minute. It seems like you're more concerned about the time people are speaking than what they're saying. I work in development. I appreciate development. This is one of the most underhanded, backwards processes I've ever seen and been involved with. I've been on the sides of the table making pitches. If you've done any homework on Westway, they have a history of insolvency, and they have absolutely zero qualifications to do anything good to this land. And I would put forward a motion that if this does go ahead, that we bring in a third party to review the process and hold everyone accountable. So I hope that you all can live with that, because I think that's where it would have to go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So that is the end of our list, but we are still looking for Heather Gilman, James Clark, Juliette Nelson, or Jenny Wayman. If any of you are in attendance and can raise your hand, if you would like to speak. Again, if you're on the phone, it's *9. Okay. Heather Gilman has raised her hand. We tried previously, but it wasn't working. So hopefully this time it'll work. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. It's pretty brief because I think that you've heard so many people. I really do hope that, that listening to those voices has been enlightening, has been of interest, has given you pause to really think about how to go forward, and now not to make rash kinds of decisions when really whose interests are they in? It doesn't appear that they're in the interests of too many people, and that's really what it comes down to. Who is this for? What is this land really about? And And if you have been elected to be the voice of the people, you have been elected to do that. We look to you. We look to your governance. And I beg you to think about how we have entrusted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, that is all of the speakers, unless we could give one more opportunity for James Clark, Juliette Nelson, or Jenny Wayman. If
Let's
any
do
of you
that.
are, if any of you are in attendance, if you could raise your hand. *9 if you're calling in. I did just check the list, Mayor McQueen, and I don't see those names in the list, but there are 2 others that have joined via phone. And I'm not seeing any hands. I believe that concludes our open forum.
Okay, thank you so much, Deputy Clerk Levitt, for doing such a great job, and Madam Clerk as well. I know that it was made everybody rush for the 1-minute process, but again, thank you again for all the comments that you have put forth. I do want to say and echo, or speaking on behalf of council as well, I know we have received a number of phone messages and emails, and I will state that we have all listened to them and read them. It's a little overwhelming for us in the sense of the number of messages, but I want to assure the public that we have taken the time to certainly listen and hear all those comments, and along with today comments as well. So again, thank you for taking part of this. This is part of our process on our agenda that we do have through our procedural bylaw. It just this is a little bit more than normal, but as you can see, council did try to provide everybody an opportunity to have a say on today's item through our agenda. At this point, we are at 2:09. I think what I'll do is then we do have a approved agenda. I'm going to go to item 4. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with members of council today? Okay, if one does declare, you can declare at that time. We've been at this for 1 hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break to whether to replenish your fluids or whatever you need to do, and we'll come back at 25 minutes after 2 and continue on with our agenda of today. Councilor Nelson. Nope. I think that will give us time to maybe to address the time issue that we have placed on our agenda. And so we'll see everybody back at 25 minutes after 2. Alrighty, do we have everyone back? I don't see Deputy Mayor, but I'm assuming he's there. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. And moving on to the business of the agenda. Can we maybe get the minutes out of the way? That work? Would somebody care to move the minutes? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on those minutes? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Since we have a time slotted point that was changed on our agenda for 2:30, then we're going to have to ask our delegations to sort of wait until we come back. So it's almost at 2:26. I just wonder to you, Madam CAO, how much time are we going to need in camera so we can make sure that our delegations have a rough idea when we're coming back? Any idea?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. I would suggest it would be about 15-20 minutes.
Okay, so no later than 3 o'clock, but it could be 2:50.
It would depend on how many questions Council has.
Yeah.
Okay. But I would think 15-20 minutes should do it.
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure if our delegations are listening to that, but just I apologize to our two delegations that we do have an item that is time sensitive for our in camera, and so it's 2:27. Is anybody opposed to moving into that? Is it now? Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
I'd make a motion that we move 14.1 up in the agenda.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Nielsen.
I guess it should just be 14, and that covers all of the closed session.
Okay, I guess the question is, are we dealing with, so we added in a closed session, so are we going to be dealing with both closed sessions as we're in closed session? Okay. All right, so moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Nielsen, that we move into the closed session portion of our agenda with the added addition that we had at the beginning of our council. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, all in favor of that? Okay, that is carried. We'll figure about 20 minutes. You got to go into the other Zoom to go into your in camera, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you. Oh, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. You need a resolution to move into closed session now.
Oh.
You've moved it forward on the agenda, but the council proceed into closed session at 2:30 to discuss matters related to the following, the 239 2B, as well as the solicitor-client privilege item.
I apologize. Right, I missed that one step. So moved by Councillor Allwood, second by Councillor Little, that we do now go into closed session. Any discussion on that part? And that's at 2:28. All in favor of that? That is carried. I apologize for that, Madam Clerk. Thank you for that. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you. Okay, we have everybody back at 2:50. And I just, we went in closed session. We came out of open or closed session at 2:49. And basically that the closed session meeting was held and only closed session items identified were discussed in the closed session, and direction to staff to bring forward a bylaw appointing Nicole Martin to the Grey Highlands Public Library. Okay. Right. Do I need a motion for that? Okay, moved by Councillor Nelson, second by Councillor Allwood. Any discussion there? Councillor Allen.
I'm sure the clerk caught it, but the motion should end with board. You said public library. It should be public library board.
Right, library board. Didn't write that one down, but yeah, thank you for that correction. That's moved by Councillor Nelson, second by Councillor Allwood. Any other discussion there? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Carried unanimously. When I say carried unanimously, I don't have to go back to anybody opposed because you guys all know that, right? All right. Well, heading back to our section 6 then in our approved agenda. We have 2 delegations today. And the first one is from the Southeast Grey Community Health Center, Alex Hector, Executive Director, and Larry Mann, Board Chairperson. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So I have been in touch with both delegations due to the delay, and Alex Hector was just going to, because of the road conditions, he was going to head home. But we do, so he was first on the list, and I do expect him roughly at about 3 p.m. But we do have our second delegation in attendance, Derek Richmond. So I'm wondering if we should change the order.
So do I need a motion to change the order?
Yes.
Simple. Okay. I need a motion to change the order of our delegations, moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Valiquette, that we change the order at and allow the Canadian Union of Postal Workers to delegation to go first. Any discussion there? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jerry, Madam Deputy Clerk. So at this point, we will then consider listening, or we will listen to the delegation of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers support for a resolution on service expansion at Canada Post. And I didn't quite catch the individual's name there, but Derek, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good day, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Derek Richmond. I'm the Ontario Region Coordinator for the Canadian Union of Postal Workers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council on expanding service and protecting public post offices. Our Delivering Community Power campaign reimagines our post office to be the hub for rural communities, using our post office as a community hub that would provide much needed services that are lacking in rural Canada. The community hub model is currently being done in 2 Indigenous communities. These hubs have provided space for nonprofit organizations, an office depot kiosk with broadband internet, printers, scanners, photocopiers, so the community, like youth, seniors, can utilize these resources. These hubs could also provide much needed financial services. Currently, there is a pilot project to provide small loans through Canada Post, and it must be extended to meet the needs of rural residents that don't have easy access to financial services. Other services Canada Post could provide at a community hub is hunting and fishing licenses, space for Service Ontario, tourist information, library vending machines, space for farmers market and local art. Canada Post 7,000 locations could be retrofit with solar panels and create a secure coast-to-coast network of charging stations. This public charging network would lead to additional tourism to rural Ontario for those who own an electric vehicle. Canada Post can also be a leader in providing services to seniors through an elder check-in program. COVID lockdowns have taught us that seniors were the most vulnerable to the lockdown, and that letter carrier check-in program can assist seniors that are shut in and provide additional security for seniors to live independently. Canada Post can provide delivery of groceries and medication to seniors that have a difficult time navigating through COVID. Canada Post must lead the way in a carbon-free post office. Currently, Canada Post has approximately 20,000 vehicles on the road daily, and converting the fleet to Canadian manufactured electric vehicles needs to be a priority now to meet the 2050 emission targets. Canada Post must become a leader for a carbon-free delivery. To this date, close to 1,000 municipalities supported resolutions that have been submitted to the federal government on service expansion and postal banking. There are many innovative and forward-thinking ideas for post-COVID recovery to improve service at Canada Post for rural communities and to protect good-paying jobs. This will enhance our national infrastructure, social communities, and strengthen economical viability of rural communities across Canada. But we still need municipalities like Grey Highlands to continue to put pressure on the federal government to ensure rural municipalities receive the service they deserve from their public post office. On behalf of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, we ask the municipality of Grey Highlands to endorse the Delivering Community Power resolution to support, to retain, enhance, and expand rural post offices. Thank you for your time and support. I'm willing to answer any questions or concerns council might have.
Well, thanks, Derek. And wow, I've got a real ambitious plan maybe there, eh? And that's reinventing Canada Post.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. That's great. I know postal service and going to the local post office. I know things have changed over the years, but I know it is critical for a lot of people, not necessarily receiving mail, but also sending mail and a lot of parcels. And I guess with Canada Post, parcel delivery has became a big part of Canada Post probably today as well. Maybe it's helping you out in a big way. I don't know.
Great.
So where are you today, Derek? Are you in Ottawa?
I am in Scarborough, in Toronto.
Okay. All right. Well, the snow's coming your way, so be careful.
We are expecting it. Yes.
Careful driving. Questions from council members. Councilor Little.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Thank you for your presentation, Derek. It sounds very innovative and interesting. I just wonder if the model is, does it include a variety of methods of attaining this community hub by conversion of existing post offices or consolidation of existing offices using old space or new space?
Yeah, we would use existing infrastructure at our post offices. But the two pilot projects that I mentioned are brand new facilities, and they are both in Indigenous communities. One is in High Prairie, Alberta, and one is in Member 2, which is on the north end of, I believe it's Nova Scotia, or I think it's Nova Scotia. But all community hub models, they are, I would say that consultation with municipalities, with the corporation, the Canada Post, on how to build a community hub in their community, in their municipality, would be the best way to go around it. I don't think Canada Post or anyone should be determining what a community hub could look like in Grey Highlands. I think Grey Highlands should be determining what goes into a community hub in Grey Highlands.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Alwyn.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Derek. Thanks for the presentation. I wondered if you could enlighten us a little bit on your on the internet community happening there. I mean, I'm not sure if all of your post offices are serviced by fiber, or how would that work?
Currently, I don't have an answer to that question, if they're on all broadband internet or not. But in rural communities, there is access to broadband internet, but there's a lot of communities that for various reasons, seniors or youth or anything that don't have broadband internet, that they could utilize this post office space for that. But I apologize, Councillor Alwood, part of your question froze on my end, so I didn't quite get the whole question.
Councillor Alwood, can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Thank you.
Your internet froze.
Yeah, I'm seeing some sketchy stuff. I'm not sure if it's me or whatever, but I apologize for that. No, my question was just, you know, how the I think you did answer with the idea that in rural communities where there is limited broadband, that people, seniors perhaps, could come into a community hub and use broadband services at the hub as opposed to you know, a network emanating from your community hub and out into the community. So it's a place that would provide internet access for people that don't have it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's probably a big part of that level of communication and level of service of that community hub, and to the extent that they're operating, but probably in the minimum. Internet's so important today as far as receiving information, for sure. Other questions, comments? So just in summary, you do have a draft resolution here that you have provided to us, and in a summary, you would like us as a municipality to support that, so there can be some changes at the federal level, I presume.
Correct.
Okay. Any last comments, questions? Okay, council, there's a resolution, a suggested resolution on our agenda to receive that, or is there anything else you wish to do with that? Moving it, Councilor Valakat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the resolution that's on the agenda and suggest we should stay tuned for later on in the agenda.
Okay. All right. Do I have a seconder for receiving this for information? Councilor Nielsen. Okay, so let's move by Councilor Valakat, second by Councilor Nielsen for information. Just in a process for you, Derek, I notice a motion can come forward at the end of the meeting that could consider bringing this forward in a future council meeting. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for receiving the information you provided. Any other discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor? Well, thank you, Derek, for that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Derek, for bringing that forward, and we look forward to future possibilities on this proposed resolution. And are you available if there are further questions?
I am always available. If anybody has any questions or concerns, I'm always available. I just want to thank everyone at council and mayor and you, Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in front of council. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for bringing that forward. All the best. Stay safe. Okay. So then going back then through you, Madam Deputy Clerk, with regards to our first delegation, are we in place to move on with that?
We are, Mayor McQueen. We have Alex Hector and Larry Mann both in attendance, and I'm just moving them over now.
Okay.
Be ready to go.
And we do have a presentation here that was on our website for the viewing public, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey. Yeah, Alex, you look different without a mask.
Yes, that's right. And I actually geeked out home with a little bit of a delay. I was worried about the roads. So this is not my office.
No, I know that the last time we met, you were at the 10th anniversary, and I saw you in a mask. So that's now I get the real face.
And that was a beautiful sunny day.
It certainly was. And so, yeah, so Larry and Alex, welcome to our council today. We do have a copy of your presentation that was included in our agenda. So I'll pass it over to you. You have 10 minutes and you may want questions later, but I'll let you provide your information.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen and council, for this opportunity to be here and talk about the hidden gem that we have in our community, the Southeast Grey Community Health Center. As you can see, our vision is healthy people, vibrant communities. Our mission is to help people and communities achieve health and well-being. And as we present this, I'd like you to keep both those statements in mind because they are the ethos of the CHC. We are a primary health care and community development organization operating out of 4 locations, Chatsworth, Markdale, and 2 in Dundalk. Primary health care refers to the MDs and nurse practitioners, RNs, that provide the health care within our locations. Allied health care includes all other services that are preventative, as well as supportive of maintaining health and well-being. Those include gym and yoga, pickleball, doing tax returns, the program for the people that are in need, showers, and so on and so on. This includes a small group of health professionals who develop strategies and programs designed to keep people healthy and involved. A more complete list of all the activities you can find in Appendix 10. Our primary providers and allied health professionals act as the first contact and principal point of continuing care for patients within a healthcare system in conjunction with the hospital, which provides the emergency and secondary care, those being specialists, your oncology, your colonoscopies, breast screening, and so on and so forth. So we work in conjunction. At the CHC, we coordinate specialist care that the patient may need through the RN or the MDs and the NPs. Our focus is on community health and well-being. We focus on the social determinants of health, and we're community governed, just like the hospital. We fall under the supervision of the Ontario Health West. And as you will recall, we celebrated our 10th anniversary in October. Thank you, Mayor McQueen, and those councillors who were able to attend. I wasn't. Our team consists of over 50 employees, making us a significant employer in Grey Highlands. In 2021, a COVID pandemic year, we delivered 50,000 patient visits to more than 10,000 patients. Grey Highland residents represent approximately 70% of these visits and our rostered patients. We receive annual funding from the Ministry of Health through the Ontario Health West, $5 million, give or take, a year. Funding for all programs other than primary health care is not provided by the ministry. In other words, we have to go out cap in hand to get the money to put those programs together, which means we rely upon grants to support these preventative and supportive programs.
Great,
Now
thank you. Thank you, Larry. Next slide, please. So the census information that we have from 2016, Grey Highlands has above average elderly population, and that information is 6-7 years old now, so we haven't gotten younger, sad to say. And as people get older, their medical needs and program requirements become more complex. And an interesting factoid, which I learned in putting this together, was based on the World Health Organization. As a senior, you're more likely to die from social isolation than you are from any other causes. And in the matrix that you see in the appendix, it includes things like cigarette smoking and drinking alcohol and so on. So it's a very, very important aspect of healthcare. So our catchment area, as a result, programs play a very, very important role with community health. And it's been a challenging time with COVID to deliver programs, but nevertheless, we've had more than 5,000 participants use programs through 449 sessions since March of last year through to the end of December. And that's in a year of COVID restrictions. In the last normal year, before we went into the pandemic, over the same time period, we would have delivered about programs to about 30,000 participants. So it is very, very an important part of our organization and an important part of community health and well-being. We deliver programs to a variety of groups. You don't have to be a patient of CHC. Anybody can join our programs. And we have special focus or development on seniors and mental health, Mennonites and youth. As Larry mentioned before, the funding for our program delivery is not included or is not provided by the Ministry of Health. So it is. So we're very, very thankful for the support that we receive from our municipal partners. And so you can see there the support that we've received in the past year from Grey Highlands, Southgate, and Melanchthon. Next slide, please. So given the aging demographic, the impact of the pandemic on mental health, and we read about that a lot in the news, and we certainly see that in our practice, anxiety, uncertainty, frustration, anger, helplessness, a whole variety of different mental health impacts that are affecting the general population at large. We believe that the need and demand for program-related support is expected to grow quite dramatically in this year and beyond. And I put this point in because I thought it was particularly important because it really gets to sort of that well-being aspect. It really, programs help those in need with their overall feelings of wellness through physical activity, social interaction, nutrition, creating a sense of welcome and feeling of belonging and being cared for. And as programs play such an important role in community wellness and in response to the expected increased need, we are seeking an additional commitment of $50,000 for 5 years. And before you get all excited, we're approaching all of our sources for help on this. It's not just you. And we're raising it today in case there is a possibility of the municipality being able to help us throughout the year. So this isn't laying a $50,000 request at the feet of council when we know that there's not a lot of money to go around. But if there is an opportunity to assist with supportive programs incremental to what your current commitment is, we will put that money to good use. And where we're going to put it to good use is by hiring a program coordinator who will be able to co-design programs with community partners, expand the access to look towards evening and weekend needs. We do get a lot of requests for that. And that'll facilitate additional access to our classroom and gym and identify additional community needs. So for example, supports for new moms. There's a lot of opportunities in that area. And take this community of communities approach, which Grey Highlands really has a good focus on, which is to take it just beyond the limits of Markdale, to sort of really embrace the rural aspects here and take it out close to where people live. And that is at the end of our formal presentation. You can see in the package that we put some additional information in the appendix to help with your context and answer any potential questions you might have. We're not going to go through that in any detail today. And at this stage, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to address Mayor and Council, and both Larry and I would be happy to address any questions that you might have.
Okay, well, thanks, Alex, and thanks, Larry, for bringing us forward and speak about all the great work that you're doing. And I know our Deputy Mayor was on your board, and I think he indicated he wished to speak. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's nice to see you again, Alex and Larry. I still get the calendar reminders that there's a meeting because I haven't had a chance to take them off yet. A couple of quick questions, and I'm going to provide the context for the questions. Recently, Grey Highlands had a committee of the whole where they discussed physician recruitment. Myself being a patient of the CHC, I'm now on my third physician at the CHC, the second of which was a locum. Can you speak a little bit to what or how CHC does physician recruitment? Because as you've seen, the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole is later on the agenda. Can you speak a little bit to how CHC does physician recruitment, and if there's a role for the municipality to help the CHC with physician recruitment so that more people in Grey Highlands can have a family doctor through the CHC? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'd be happy to address that. Thank you for the question. So we have in our practice 3 physicians and 9 nurse practitioners, and our nurse practitioners have rostered patients and practice to the full scope of their license. So they are able to do most of what a doctor does, but we also know it's important for us to have physicians on our staff because they're a very important part of our team. We've had a number of changes. So the pandemic has caused people to re-examine their life priorities. And we've had a couple of situations where one physician chose to retire and one physician chose to move to the East Coast, which was going back to family roots. And so we are very lucky from the perspective that the CHC model, and in the appendix, there's a page that illustrates the difference between a CHC and a family health team. As a physician in the CHC, you're a paid employee. We don't bill OHIP, and its appointments are booked at 20-minute intervals, which allows time for the physician to get into the comorbidity issues that typically happen with elderly people, where, you know, if you've got a sore knee and a sore hip and maybe a sore lower back, they may all be related. And so you need to take extra time to be able to have those conversations. So that model of care, as well as the integrated aspect of it, and Larry mentioned the allied health professionals, so physiotherapy, social worker, registered dietitian, chiropodist, being able to provide other aspects of care in the same building and make referrals like in the moment, and introductions that literally happen in the moment from time to time. So that model of care is very attractive to a segment of physicians, particularly new ones, new graduates. And so typically when we recruit from where we've had somebody come and experience a locum. And so typically throughout the year, we will have 3, 4, 5 physicians come and do a locum of anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of like a few days every month for several months to, you know, understand, et cetera, et cetera. So we haven't had a real challenge in attracting physicians from that perspective. We did have a little bit of a gap back in the summer. Dr. Khan joined our team in July. Dr. McNeil, who left to go out to the East Coast. So we had about a 3-month gap, and we brought in some extra nurse practitioners again on locums. So we're able to attract younger people that are looking for a different approach, we're very fortunate that we don't have the same challenges that, say, typically a family health team might have. That being said, we're always receptive to helpers, and I can't think of any specific tactics at the moment. But if we do encounter situations where there's people that are inquiring about lifestyle and so on, I think it would be just great to be able to introduce a prospective physician to a number of our, municipal councilors, the mayor, et cetera, to be able to give them a nice warm welcome, perhaps a virtual embrace, but a warm welcome to say, Grey Highlands is a great place to live and work. Come and stay with us, and sort of that receptive type of approach, I think would enhance what we're doing. So beyond that, I can't think of any specifics, but if they do come to mind, I'll certainly approach council and see what we can do. So hopefully that, Deputy Mayor, that's answered your question.
Thank you, Alex. Did you, Deputy Mayor, have a follow-up to that then?
Quick follow-up, Your Worship. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for that detailed response. I'm firsthand aware of the challenges in that, because Dr. McNeil was my physician and Dr. Khan is my physician. So, my wife and I are very aware of that, the gap and how it was filled, because I know my wife was going through a couple of health issues in the interim, I guess, and anytime she called, she was able to get an appointment. So we were very impressed with that. The next question I have, Alex, is, and I know when I was on the board, we talked about this extensively. If you could provide a brief update on how the OHT would affect the CHC's operation. I know it's a different beast altogether. So if you could provide a brief update on how that would affect the CHC and what that would mean for the residents of Grey Highlands.
Be happy to. Thank you. So being the executive director at the CHC is my full-time paid job. And my part-time volunteer job is co-chair of the Grey Bruce OHT, together with Mike Barrett, who's the CEO of the South Bruce Hospital. And what the OHT is intending to do is to enable a better level of patient care as people transition through the healthcare system. So that, say, for example, if a person is ill and in hospital and needs to move to long-term care, to a nursing home, today it's a very choppy, siloed process, and it's difficult for families and patients to navigate because they're going from one organization to another organization where the technologies don't talk to each other, where in some cases the practitioners may not know each other, and it's a difficult process. So that handoff between providers, what the OHT is intending to do through an organized, systematic review of health services, look to improve the quality of the processes that exist and remove organizational boundary or barriers if we have to, certainly address technological barriers with the objective of improving the service that the population receives. And the trick is to do it in a way that doesn't add cost to the system. We believe that there are opportunities to improve efficiency and effectiveness throughout the system by looking at, by eliminating situations where we've got duplication of functions. But it's really hard to do when you've got all of these different organizations across the system. It's hard to do informally. We need to do it in a formal, systematic way. So the OHT is intended to do that. It's very early days. We're focusing in on a couple of, like a segment of the population, and for our first few years or year or two is to look at frail seniors and mental health and addictions, and look at some specific projects within those two segments where we can start chipping away and making improvements in terms of that process. So what that means for residents or patients of the CHC is that if they need specialist services beyond what we provide as a primary care provider, that navigation through the system is going to be, over time, will become easier, faster, and done in a way that enables people to access the care in a much more timely manner and in a less stressful manner. Because we know right now, the healthcare that people get from different providers is very good. It's just if you have to go from one provider to another, it becomes just really, really difficult and uncertain. And I know that from my own experience with my spouse who had battled an illness a while ago. And when, managing through the system is a real challenge and is very stressful. So that's the objective of the OHT. And it is going to take time because it's a big system and it's very complicated and it needs a lot of help.
Okay, thank you for that. And just, Alex, just so people that are watching, OHT means, you should explain. Sometimes acronyms, some people don't know what they mean.
Yeah, one thing I've learned is in the medical world, there's a ton of acronyms. And so, yeah, OHT stands for Ontario Health Team, and it's a replacement for what we used to know as the LIN, the Local Health Integrated Network. And it's an organizational change that's underway across the province of Ontario.
Yeah, it was sort of it was in place, and then COVID hit, and it sort of went, oh.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alwyn. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, did you have any follow up to that? Sorry.
I was just going to say thank you to the gentleman for the presentation, and thank you to you for acknowledging giving me the time. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Alwyn, I know we have a big agenda here, but go ahead, Councillor Alwyn.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Alex and Larry. Thank you for that presentation. I too am a happy customer of the Southeast Grey Community Health Center as my primary healthcare provider. My question is sort of a follow up to what the Deputy Mayor was talking about. Primary healthcare in the region that you guys service. Just within Grey Highlands alone, we have over 2,300 unrostered patients. And 60% of the people that are rostered or have their primary healthcare providers outside of our municipality. Given the wonderful job that you guys do providing primary healthcare, and the fact that at the moment you're not taking on any new patients, what are your plans, and how do we address this as a community? What caps out your ability to hire? And at the end of the day, it's going to be dollars, but doctors and nurse practitioners. I'm with a nurse practitioner, my third nurse practitioner. I'm meeting a new one next week, but I've been very happy with the type of service a nurse practitioner can provide when it comes to primary care. And I've been very satisfied with the service that your Southeast Grey Community Health Center is able to. But I just wonder what the plans are. How do we deal with this physicians recruitment? It's an item on our agenda later, and I'm involved with the joint municipal physicians recruitment and retention committee, and we look at this from a regional perspective. So I'd be happy to hear what you have to say.
Question, Alex?
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Allwood, for your compliments there, and I will definitely pass that back to the team and provide appreciation because they've really lapped this this kind of feedback up. So thank you for that. And yes, so we're funded by the ministry. It's based on a roster size, which is in the appendix. We talk about the SAMI score, which is an index of comorbidity, which enables patients with more than one ongoing illness to be able to have more time provided by their health service provider. And it's a finite model. In other words, with the existing staffing that's paid for by the ministry, approved by the ministry, it gets us to a certain level. And we can't go beyond it because then it becomes unsafe and deteriorates the level of patient care. We do recognize that the need for this and the demand for the service is growing. And, we talked about demographics a few minutes ago. So we have put together a proposal to the Ministry of Health to expand our practice. We've asked them for just under $1.5 million to add some physicians and nurse practitioners, as well as some supporting admin staff to expand our practice and increase the number of patients that we can take in. We know this is particularly important for a couple of reasons, and one is the shift in population, and we're seeing population growth. We're seeing new housing development, both in this municipality as well as in Southgate, and we know that there is a shift in population from the GTA into the rural communities, and so it's really, really important to respond to that as it occurs, not 5 years after it's occurred. And so we have this proposal in place in terms of the municipality, in terms of what they could do, perhaps a letter of support to that proposal to our MPP, Bill Walker, might enable the machinery of the province to move a little quicker. They've had this proposal since May or June of last year, and it's winding its way slowly through the system. At this stage, I don't have an expected response date, but I do know it is with the primary care branch in the Ministry of Health. It has been vetted by Ontario Health and pushed through the system. So my fingers are crossed. I really see the need, and we want to be able to serve the needs of the population effectively. And so that's the approach that we've taken at this stage. And as I mentioned, that a letter of support would certainly help at the cause. So if the municipality was able to do that, I think that would be very helpful. So hopefully, Councillor Allwood, that answers your question.
Yes, thank you for that, and we'll be talking later in the agenda about the issue of physician recruitment and take heed of what you've just mentioned. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just before I go to any other questions, Alex, are you able to send a bit of a draft what we would need to do in the sense of putting that on our table as support, in a sense of trying to add support? Because I know that provincial cycle is winding down, and this timing is very, very important. So if that's something maybe that you can forward to mayor and council or the clerk, and then maybe we can take a look at that at another meeting, and as for information, and then we can take a look at that. Maybe we can try to help some support there.
Yeah, I'd be delighted to. Thank you. Yes.
Very good. No, that's exciting. That's good for it's. Yeah, it definitely is growing. We have a lot of proposals for development here in Markdale, and you definitely as far as Southgate itself. And yeah, we seem to be the best thing since sliced bread up here nowadays. They like us up here, so it's interesting.
It used to be a secret.
Yeah, I know. Larry found it, but then he let the cat out of the bag. Hey, Larry.
Yeah, blame me.
Any other comments, questions with regards to from council? Councilor Whittle, and then we.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, curiosity. I know one of your board members, whether he's still on the board or not, I don't know, was also a member of the previous council, Terry Mokry, and he used to inform council at that time that the Southeast Grey Community Health Center was one of the top performing, if not the top performing CHCs in the province. And I just wondered what your position is now. Have you maintained that high standard of operations? Thank you.
Yes, we have. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Yes, it's nice to have my board chair to say yes, we're still in the top. Yeah, I'm happy to say it's a very strong, vibrant organization. It's got a very patient-centered, performance-focused culture embedded in it, with a balanced scorecard, with an exceptional board of governors, and just a real track record of success. And I'm delighted to report that by all accounts, we're a top tier performer in the province on a whole number of different metrics. I had the opportunity just in the late fall to tour Eastern Ontario and visit a number of other CHCs just to help with context and orientation. And while I was delighted with what I saw, it sure made me proud of the organization that I represent, because we're doing an enormous number of things really, really well on a sustained basis. So more to come on that. We're not going to let that leadership position sink. And I certainly wouldn't be able to get away with it in terms of my board of directors. So anyway, hopefully that answers.
If I could just put a little addendum to that. During the past few years, 2 years of COVID, which we will never forget, we have maintained that position and maintained the contacts with the rostered patients and reaching out to the community. And that to me is just amazing that we have maintained and even excelled in some areas. So yeah, we're still there.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I know a lot of family health teams, as well as a number of CHCs during the height of the pandemic, physically closed the doors and prevented any patient access. We believe that there are some situations that are totally appropriate for virtual care, but there are also some situations where it's very necessary for the physician to be able to physically, or the nurse practitioner to physically be with that person, particularly when you've got comorbidity involved with multiple diagnoses. And I'm really, really proud to say that we have never closed the doors during the pandemic. Yes, we've gone to virtual care. Very important to keep our staff safe. We've never had an outbreak, but at the same time, we've been able to physically see our patients when it's been necessary. And I think that's something that we can all be very proud of. And certainly from the practitioner's perspective, they put themselves in harm's way when they're doing that, and not one issue or concern from their perspective, because they know it's the right thing to do. So that's what helps. That attitude is what helps us stay in that top tier performance.
That's great, and certainly I'm sure that's helping your application as you move forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, questions? I see that you're bringing some really good news, and I know that where you're located with the expansion, and it was good news there a few weeks back with the hospital going to 8 beds and with Grey Gables, and I know that the province is really moving toward the health campus idea, and you're centered, or you're located very well in that location, and again, we thank you for that. I know you're going forward or going through, I guess, looking at new board members. And I know we've put a name forward as one of our representatives. We want to thank, personally want to thank Deputy Mayor for following that role. And I know his predecessor was, as mentioned by Councillor Little, was Councillor Mokry or Terry Mokry, who was, I think, the founding member at the time. And, we're just so lucky that you're able to be in our community and service everyone. And thank you for everything you do.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be happy to come back at any time to provide further updates. And if you're able to have a little spare money here and there, we'll put it to good use.
Well, certainly, yeah, that follows that we need a, yes. And certainly let us know if you know about that, moving that forward, and maybe there's something we can help you out as that. Send a note to Mayor and Council and Clerk, and we can take a look at that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And so we have a suggested motion on our agenda, Council.
Your Worship.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship. Yeah, I'm happy to move the motion. I just wanted to share again a personal story with regards to the CHC during COVID. My parents are rostered patients there as well, and as Alex mentioned, they didn't close the doors during the pandemic, and there was times where my mother needed the face-to-face appointments, and not only were they available, they made sure that she felt safe going in there, and the staff were safe, and I can personally attest to that. So I'm very proud of the fact that we have an organization such as the CHC in our municipality. And I also want to take a moment to mention the fact that we're seeing the CHC bringing in a diversity, an ethnic diversity of physicians. My mom, if most of you have spoken to my mother, she does have a bit of a hard time with English. It's not her first language. And recently, my mom and dad were both rostered to Dr. Khan. And Dr. Khan was able to talk to my mom in Hindi, and that made my mom's day. I didn't hear the end of it. So I just want to take a moment to appreciate the good work that the CHC does, not just in terms of bringing in younger people, as they've mentioned, but also bringing in a bit of diversity into our community. And it's definitely something worth mentioning, something worth recognizing them for. With that, I'm happy to move the suggested motion of receiving this for information. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that comment, and moved by Deputy Mayor and second by Councillor Allwood. Any other discussion? All in favor of receiving that for information? Okay, that is carried. All right. Again, there was a request there. If anything needs to come out of that, can come at a further time. Or I think I really look forward to other information of helping them move that along in the sense of that expansion. I think that's really exciting news. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if we can take a short recess either now or at the end of the next item.
No, I was going to just bring that up because I've been drinking a can of water here and it keeps moving through you. So, all right. So what do we got here? We got 3:38, 3:40, 10 minutes, 50 minutes. So I say 3:50. Is that enough time? Okay, we'll see you at 3:50. We do got to buckle down because we've got a lot of things we need to get done here to move on. 3:50, we'll see you.
I've changed devices. Can you hear me? You can hear me? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, welcome everyone back. Sorry, I had a little delay there. My internet dropped off, so I had to sign back in. Okay, so we'll move on to item 7. We'll start off with item 7. So we have the minutes of the committee of the whole, and can I have a mover and a seconder for those minutes? Councillor Little, Councillor Nelson. Any discussion on those minutes? Moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Nelson, that the council approves the January 26, 2022 committee of the whole minutes. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that was carried unanimously. There was a section that was pulled from that recommendation. Would somebody care to move that recommendation? Councillor Nelson, Councillor Little. I know Councillor Allen, that was part of your idea, but I got Councillor Nelson and Councillor Little. Do I have so moved by Councillor Nelson, second by Councillor Little, that the committee of the whole recommend to council that staff investigate the potential support from Southgate, West Grey, and Chatsworth to join the Grey Highlands in setting up a doctor recruitment and retention committee. Any discussion? So I guess it's a question of that. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question basically here is, given what we've heard from the CHC, would it not be more prudent to speak to our neighboring municipality of Southgate and the neighboring municipality there of Mcallister to come together and talk about how we can strengthen the CHC? I do believe that CHC also has a satellite office in Chatsworth. So instead of getting together to talk about how as municipalities we can do physician recruitment better, we have an organization that does physician recruitment really well, that provides primary care for their rostered patients really well. Should we not be getting together maybe with the CHC and looking at how we can strengthen this organization so that it can provide primary care to more citizens, more residents, rather than work in a silo from them with our neighboring municipalities?
So just Deputy Mayor, before I go to comments here, the key thing, and I know we had a bit of discussion on this motion at the committee of the whole, was that staff investigate the potential. So that could be part of staff's investigation as well, but you expanded to include Mcallister. So I'm going to go to Councillor Nelson for a comment.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. And just to respond to Deputy Mayor Desai's question, during the committee of the whole, there was a lot of discussion about it wouldn't, the goal isn't to just have the municipalities at the table. The goal would be to have the CHE as part of it, healthcare organizations in our area, and family doctors that are already in our area to help us with this program. The theory behind the start here is just to see if the other municipalities would be interested in working with our municipality to initiate this. And then from there, it would bridge out into all the other organizations that are part of the healthcare team in Grey Highlands.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the Deputy Mayor. He may really have a comment to that.
Actually, if I can hold my comment till Councillor Allwood has spoken as well, because I know I was following along on YouTube during the meeting, and I know Councillor Allwood spoke extensively as well to the topic. So if I could wait until he's spoken as well, and then I can address my questions all together. Thank you.
Not a problem. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship, through you to council and staff. Yeah, I mean, I expressed my concerns that we were, the work that's currently being done by the Joint Municipal Physicians Recruitment and Retention Committee, which is a regional organization, does not at this point include West Grey and Southgate or Chatsworth. But I'm just, as long as this work complements what's being done by that other committee, and the goal is to improve primary care. And I believe our delegation today expanded on what that means, primary care, as opposed to the emergency and urgent care you receive at a hospital. So how primary care is delivered to our ratepayers, and the fact that within Grey Highlands there are 23 in the order at the last census, 2,300 unrostered patients that don't have a primary health care provider, and of the 60% that do, and 60% of those that do rather travel outside of our municipality to receive their primary health care. So it's a regional issue, and I encourage anything that would improve on getting our ratepayers rostered with a primary health care provider, whether it's a nurse practitioner or a doctor, whether it's a family health team or a community health center. Anything that we can do, we should be doing. So thank you for that.
Okay. Other comments before we go back to the Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to Councillors Nielsen and Allwood. Thank you for that response. My opinion is that the motion is a bit vague in terms of including the CHC and the other family doctors in that exercise. My opinion here is that if, as Councillor Allwood said, that we have a number of residents who are unrostered. Of those that are rostered, 60% travel to a different municipality. So if the goal here is to find a physician or a nurse practitioner for the unrostered patients, and for the 60% that leave the municipality for their primary health care, to have options for them within the municipality, if that is the ultimate goal, why not include the CHC and the family doctors that currently operate within Grey Highlands from the get-go, regardless of what the other municipalities' position is on this joint physician recruitment committee? That is my question, and I agree 100% that if we can work with our neighboring municipalities, we should. But why not include the parties such as the CHC and family doctors right from the get-go? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Allwood. I know we had a lot of discussion on it. So Councillor Allwood.
Yeah, just to respond to the Deputy Mayor, through you, Your Worship, the Joint Municipal Physicians Recruitment and Retention Committee is looking at a new governance model that would include not just municipal representatives and staff, but the key stakeholders such as the community health center, family health teams, the people that run the ROMP program, and people like Dr. Lisi that are involved in, and of course, Alex mentioned he's on the planning committee for the Ontario Health Team, and the whole issue around the family health team approach provincially is to improve access to primary care and how one moves through the continuum of healthcare through as you age, basically, and getting away from the siloed kind of stuff that was happening before. So I'm hoping that although it's not specifically spelled out in this resolution, that continuing to work with the Joint Municipal Committee and perhaps this initiative, we can achieve that goal. Hopefully that answers your question, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key thing is to investigate. So there's a lot more can come out of here as well. Like this is, but Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the intent of this motion was to look at initially, just as a starting point, whether there's political support for doing this from our neighboring municipalities. And, you know, not to, I certainly agree with the deputy mayor that, you know, to proceed to looking at other stakeholders as we see if there's any appetite for doing this in a more localized way. So I don't see these as, you know, competing initiatives, but this is just trying to assess whether there is support from our neighboring councils to go on with that or take another direction. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much to my colleagues for filling me in on the intent and answering the questions I had. I do feel I'm at a point that I can support the motion that's presented. I do have a question of process, though. Once we have received word back from our neighboring municipalities on whether or not they're interested in such a committee, does that come back to council for us to decide who the stakeholders will be? Or is that something that becomes a committee of its own, which will then report through our representative back to us, and then we would have a say through that? I'm just trying to get a hang of the process, because I know we've had joint committees before. So I'm just trying to get a hang of the process. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding of this from our discussion at the Committee of the Whole was that we're just requesting that staff report back to council, and then we would proceed from there. There hasn't been any discussion of what the next steps would be. So yeah, that's just preliminary. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think Deputy Mayor, sharing what you have doesn't hurt, I don't think, as well, which you can, from your previous sitting on that board and just what we heard today as well. I think that's good information, really good information. And so, I think the bottom line is we're all trying to look at how to, if there's any way we can improve getting more doctors and, be part of that. And we know the two doctors that are assigned to the, our hospital are getting up in age as well. And so there's maybe they'll work till 90, I don't know, but there's always going to be demands and pressures on, as you said, that the CHC, they rotate out and changes and stuff like that as well. And that, I mean, it's ideally if you can get a partner team where, husband and wife or whatever partners are both doctors, that's even a better, because that was some of the discussion that we had with regards to doctors is depending on the spouse, is do they have a career themselves when they move into a certain area, right? So the opportunities have to provide themselves there as well. Any discussion on this direction from the Committee of the Whole that's on the table right now? Again, it's to investigate, so hopefully it'll come back, and this time staff has the time to investigate that and come back with further comments. So, all right, seeing there's no other discussion, all in favor? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. We did have a really good discussion that morning. As you can tell, it was the only item we dealt with on our Committee of the Whole. So it was good discussion. It was a good, it was.
Yeah, I was following along on the YouTube there, and almost wished I was there. I was present.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good discussion. All right, moving on to items for council's consideration on section 8. So we have a resolution there with regards to a proclamation policy. I know it was exciting last night. I brought greetings to the kickoff of Black History Month last night with regards to the organization from our neighboring municipalities and neighboring municipality of Southgate. So it was good. So any discussion, any comments to that suggested resolution? Somebody care to move it? Councillor Little. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Valquette. Councillor Little, you have a question?
I would really like to refer this to a Committee of the Whole.
Okay, so then you'd like to say for future, so proclamation, draft proclamation policy to be referred to a future Committee of the Whole. Okay, I'll read the whole motion. That report CLS 2202 proclamation, can't say it today, proclamation policy be received, and that council direct staff to bring forward a bylaw adopting the draft proclamation policy to be brought forward to a future committee of the whole meeting. Any discussion on that motion? And that was moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Bellacott. Seeing that, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Little?
Sorry, I was just going to speak to it, but
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I read through, thank you to the clerk for drafting this. And just from our experience with the flag bylaw and, you know, other issues where there's some interpretation and scope of options, I just think that it would be good to have some discussion around the council table at the committee level, you know, on this draft policy before we go forward with passing the bylaw. Thank you.
So maybe it should say the draft proclamation policy and then adopt the bylaw. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I actually just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on the recommendation as you worded it. I think it would be that council refer the draft proclamation policy to a future committee of the whole meeting for consideration, as opposed to bring forward the bylaw portion of it. So if that's okay with everybody, and I will also say that the clerk did not draft this. Deputy Clerk Jerry Lynn Levitt actually drafted this, so I will ensure that she is in attendance at the committee of the whole as well.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. That's what I like. Once I read that bylaw portion, I think, yeah, that should be held off until we finalize it. So again, any other questions, discussions on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. All right. Items 8.2 with regards to the municipal election software service. It sounds like it wasn't an easy walk in the park, but they were able to get some something to come forward. There's a suggested resolution there. There was a report. Councillor Allwood, are you moving that? Or you have a question?
No, thank you, Worship. I'll move the resolution as written.
Okay. Seconder, and Councillor Nielsen, I think you second that. Moved by Councillor Allwood, second by Councillor Nielsen, that council receives CLS 2201-2022 municipal election software services for information, and that council approve the clerk entering into a contract with Dominion Voting for election software services. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just a comment to staff. I was in reading the report, I was kind of surprised that there wasn't more service providers out there that were doing the hybrid model. There was a few, looking at the report, there was a few that did the online voting method primarily, but it was kind of surprising to me that there wasn't more that were doing the hybrid model. I am grateful to staff that they found somebody who can provide the hybrid model that council was looking for.
And I think it said in the report that there was a number of providers that already met their quota up to what they were able to provide too, right? So, all right. Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I just saw your hand. You're a little hard to see there, so apologize for that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Thank you, Your Worship. The only question I have with regards to this is the paper ballot option would only be available on voting day. You wouldn't have an advanced mail-in ballot, correct?
I'll go to the clerk for clarification, Madam Clerk.
That is incorrect. So we will not be having mail-in. Mail-in is not part of this, but we will be having roving advanced polls that are paper as well, and in addition to the electronic. So the electronic will be available throughout, and then we will have an advanced poll date for in-person paper ballot at numerous locations throughout the municipality, as well as in-person and electronic on election day in a location as well.
Good. Deputy Mayor, any follow-up to that? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The only follow-up I have here is how do we confirm that someone isn't standing outside the voting location, voting online, coming inside, and then voting on paper? Is there a method? How instantaneous is it that a vote is recorded?
Good question, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So by using the same provider, we are actually still using the exact same voters list. So there's no longer a paper scratch off the name when they come in. The voters list is done through the entire system, which is linked between the tabulator as well as the electronic version. So as soon as you put in your credentials for electronic voting, if you actually have that open on your cell phone in your pocket and you're walking in and we pull up, we'll see in progress or something happening there, and we will not give you a paper ballot. So unless that electronic voters list shows us that you have not voted, that's the only time you'll get a paper ballot, is if it shows you have not voted. So it is one in the same list that's being used for all.
And so a follow-up, Mayor McQueen, through you. So I'm guessing there's still a barcode of some sort where once they've voted in person, they will no longer have access to the online voting, because I remember last year they had a voter code that they had to put into the website to access. So once they've voted, their barcode is being used, it's being spent, and they can't go back and use that voter code to vote online, correct?
That's correct. So the voter code is used for the online version only. As soon as your voter code is used, it strikes you off of the voters list. When you come into the municipal office, say to vote with your paper, as soon as we hand you a ballot, we manually strike you off that same list. That automatically strikes off your electronic voting eligibility as well.
All right. I know leading up to Madam Clerk, there'll be a lot of communication on instructions and how this is all working, so the voting public will fully understand what's going on, right?
Yes, and I'm required to have my clerk's procedures done and a full documentation on ins and outs and options and all that kind of stuff prior to nomination opening. So we'll be working on that as soon as we get a decision and a contract in place.
All right. Deputy Mayor, did you have any other comments, questions? Okay. Any further questions, comments from council? All right. So I did read that off. So all in favor of that? Opposed? Oh, I think that's Councilor Valicant. Are you opposed? No, okay. There was just a delay. So that was carried unanimously. I just wanted to double check. There was just a delay there. Okay, moving on. Item 8.3, CIP round 2 intake. There's a recommended motion there. Councilor Little, are you moving that?
I'll move it as printed, Your Worship.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councilor Allwood. Moved by Councilor Little, second by Councilor Allwood, that council receives report ECD 2205 for information, and that council will approve the change to the intake deadline date for round 2 of the community improvement plan from February 15th to April 1st, and that the applications for the CIP program be deemed to be officially received by the municipality on the date a completed CIP application has been submitted by the applicant. Any discussions there? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of that motion? That's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 8.4, Grey Highlands Chamber of Commerce Memorandum of Understanding. There is a recommended motion. Councilor Allwood, are you moving that? Or do you have a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm moving that motion as written. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councilor Little, you're seconding that? Okay. That so moved by Councilor Allwood, second by Councilor Little, that council receives report ECD 2206 for information, and that council authorized staff to execute the 2022 memorandum of understanding between the municipality of Grey Highlands and the Grey Highlands Chamber of Commerce for a period of January 1st to December 31st, 2022. Any discussion on that? I know we had Karen came and spoke to us there before Christmas, and Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor? That's carried. 8.5, with regards to the Grey Highlands Ram Rodeo. I know we did have a delegation today on this particular item. There's a report that was provided from our Economic Development Officer. Any questions, comments? Somebody care to move the motion? Councillor Nielsen, you're moving that. Councillor Allen, you're seconding that. Okay. Moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Allen, that council receives report ECD 2204 for information, and that council approved the municipality hosting a Grey Highlands Ram Rodeo in 2022, and that all net proceeds from the 2022 Grey Highlands Ram Rodeo be applied to the municipality commitment to the new Sandra Gray Markdale Hospital. Comments, Councillor Allen.
Question for you, Mr. Mayor. Are you going to be the official fundraising chair?
Well, if you look in the report, it says the mayor has once again committed to achieving the same level of corporate sponsorship that was achieved for the inaugural event. So
I'm glad that's in writing.
It's put me on a post stamp, that's for sure. We'll do our, but I mean, yes, I mean, you know, that was it was sort of an exciting time doing that last year. And you know what, we developed those contacts, and we'll work out moving it, getting that out a little quicker than 3 weeks before the event starts. So we'll have a little bit more time. And I will say, Councillor Allen, that last year's event, you know, how it came together, but I will say that I did have people come up to me afterwards and say, hey, we would like to be a sponsor next year. So I thought that was really positive, and, you know, coming forward like that, that was, and you know what, we'll look at, certainly look at, maybe there's opportunities that allow smaller sponsorship. You know, we'll have to look at that maybe as well, certainly vendors. And we did have, I should ask the Director of Economic Development here as well. We did have a post meeting with the organizers of Ram Rodeo to sort of have a bit of a summary of last year's events and where we could, you know, look at moving forward. One was, you know, working with them and doing that. Certainly you'll see in the report that we are looking at doing an extra day of event to try to spread it out, because as it says in the report, and as you're aware, we turn people away, you know, especially on the Sunday event, which by spreading it out may help spread it. And again, the intent of that last year was having a community event, which was very well received. And I was just speaking with Michelle yesterday about this, and this is their first rodeo starting the season of next year. But I'm thinking, and it's just in my mind, you know, as we're coming out of the place that we are right now, I think that, you know, outdoor events, and this being really close to the early part of the season, I think it's going to be, just in my mind, a real uptake again, because people were so enthused to just be able to do something. Look at that soccer match, Deputy Mayor. Hey, holy smokes. At 50%, it was full house. But anyway, you know, people are just, you know, are excited to get out there and do things and all that kind of stuff. Also, I've been approached by representatives of the Kinsmen that are also looking at doing things outside of those time slots. So it gives them maybe an opportunity to maybe have a dance. Who knows? I'm not going to put words and you know, but it is an opportunity, because the Kinsmen do, and other community groups as well. So I think it's an opportunity to be a huge event that people can attend and all that, for sure. Are there any, I don't know, Director Harris, do you have anything to add? Maybe I said it all, I don't know. You worked hard on this report, and I know you and staff worked very hard last year, and thank you for that. And I know that I must have impressed upon you, because you brought a report forward for a second year, so that's good. Very good. There was one other thing I was going to raise. The final total. Sorry, I talked too much about this item, but it is a little close to my heart in the sense of doing it. But we did have a final tally, and I know what we announced at the time and when we did the hospital presentation that we had 34-4, but If you see on, I think the first page there where the final tally was 35,641. So again, kudos to our community and our staff for all they did and our sponsorship and the people that attended. So again, that was all. I mean, we committed to 36,000 of that money to the new hospital. So we almost made that. That first year of our 5-year commitment. So I think that was really as a community event. That was yeah. Thanks for our community for sure. Right. That was a great thing. Anyway, I talked enough. Sorry about that. Any other comments to that motion? All right, seeing that, all in favor? Yep, I think I got Councillor opposed. I guess that was carried unanimous. All right, and don't worry, guys. There's a role for everyone. All right.
I second Councillor Allen's statement that we're glad we've got it in writing that you're the fundraising chair.
No, I saw that and I go, yeah, all right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Item 8.6. The Recreation Master Plan update. And there's a report there with regards to some timelines and the final report and some input. Somebody care to move that? Councillor Little, moving it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Allwood. Moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Allwood, that council receives report ECD 2207 for information, and that council schedule a committee of the whole meeting no later than March 2022 to discuss the recreational master plan interim reports. Any discussion there? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Councillor Balaket, did you have a question?
Pardon me, not a question, Mr. Mayor. I just am thankful that this is being pushed up in the COW schedule.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's going to be lots of conversation around that one, I'm sure. Any input needed. All right. Seeing there's no other comments, all in favor of that motion? That's carried unanimously. Okay, rental and outdoor spaces. There's a report there. It talks about some options with regards to outdoor spaces. Would somebody care to move that motion or have discussion on that? Councillor Little, you're moving that? Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Balaket. Moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Balaket, that council receives report ECD 2203 for information, and that council approve that the following outdoor spaces be made available for rental for private events as part of a 2-year pilot program. Maxwell Park grounds immediately adjacent, but not including the Maxwell ball field. Vandeleur Park, and that council approved the additional of an application fees in the Municipality of Grey Highlands schedule of rates and fees bylaw as detailed in this report. Any comments, discussions? Council Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I'm curious as to why the ballpark or the ball field hasn't been included, because I'm trying to think. There's not much to Maxwell Park other than the ball field, if I remember correctly. So if through you to the director, why the ball field has been excluded.
Okay, I'll go back to the Director Harris. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. The ball field was excluded because that is used quite a bit by community groups for playing ball, and it isn't in the best shape. So we think that if for private events, if somebody wanted to rent it for a wedding or something, it might become more problematic. We think that the space that we've intended is enough space for a small community gathering, and we're really just trying to test the market here because we are seeing more interest in outdoor spaces in light of some of the restrictions we've been dealing with over the past 2 years.
Deputy Mayor, follow up.
The follow-up here is we do have other spaces that are in the municipality's purview. For example, we have the gazebo in Fleshen by the library. Why is that not part of this pilot program? We have the ballpark in Markdale. The library is going to be putting up a gazebo in Markdale. So why are we not including these outdoor spaces on this pilot program?
Okay, Director Harris.
Thank you through you, Mayor McQueen, to Deputy Mayor and Council. Because this is exactly a pilot program, we have finite human resources to do it. These are two properties that we believe are very picturesque and lovely, but are underutilized. Some of the other facilities have more public use, and we're not looking to take public space out of the public realm. We're just trying to provide an other opportunity. And we thought over the 2-year period pilot, if this goes off swimmingly, or if we get requests for other sites, once people hear about it, we can always come back to council and ask for an update. But we thought, to manage the process, we want to do this well, and we thought these would be the best two for a pilot project.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, any follow-up to that? Any other questions? But I do have a question, but I'm gonna wait here. Councillor Nelson, and then Councillor Elwood, and then Councillor Roll. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. A question for staff is, can you explain the rental fee price tag? What's the rationale behind the $200 for 250 for a 24-hour period and 500 for a weekend rental? My first question.
Okay, Director Harris.
Thank you so much through you, Mayor McQueen, through to Councillor Nelson and Council. We looked at comparable rates in other jurisdictions for similar spaces. We looked at sort of what our staffing costs would be to manage these, because there still is an input for, or an implication for staff time to manage this. And given that these would be private rentals as opposed, and for-profit rentals, basically, that we needed to have a fee that would at least cover staff time.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen, go ahead.
So a question for the director. I'm going to try and word this politely. We're having significant staffing problems in the Parks and Recreation Department. Is this an item that we need to add to our staff's requirement when currently we're having such difficult time? Is this, and so I guess the way to word it would be, is this the right time to do this?
Thank you so much through you, Mayor, to Councillor Nielsen and Council. We've talked to staff about this, about the ability to deliver on this. While we have finite staff capacity, our biggest challenges for staffing in Parks and Recreation is in the winter, especially related to trained ice plant operators. We have far more flexibility in the summer and for our outdoor spaces. So we feel very confident that we can deliver on this. We're not anticipating huge uptake on it. And as a corollary to Deputy Mayor's comments, this is why we didn't put more than 2 on for the first pilot.
Councillor Nielsen.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My last final question is, what is the plan to enforce the rental? So I'm guessing we'll be putting signs up saying that this location is rented for this weekend for this individual. That person has a rental agreement with the municipality that says it's their usage. And then we have a private citizen, or sorry, a citizen that comes and goes, well, I'm walking my dog today. How do we enforce this? It's not like a building where obviously there's a key and a lock and there's a door where, people aren't going to be walking in.
Dr. Harris.
Thank you through you to Council. We have a fairly in-depth operational plan where we've considered these things. We would put signage up even before rentals to say that this space is available for rent if you're interested in renting it. And then when we had bookings, we've thought about even putting, a month ahead of time that this facility is booked on these dates. And then on the date thereof, this facility is booked for a private rental from Friday through till Sunday.
Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Council and Director Harris. I wondered, I mean, this seems like an ideal pilot program. I seem to remember the couple that were renovating the church in Maxwell there were looking at a wedding planning facility and looked at perhaps purchasing that property, and we decided against selling it. So I could see if that operation is still a go, that they would probably look to this as a good use. And I can speak from personal experience. Probably more than 10 years ago, I was at a wedding at the Vandeleur Park, and it's an excellent location for an outdoor wedding. So kudos to our director and staff for the pilot project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. My question has been answered.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the comments have been made, but in the report, it says that since the onset of the pandemic, renewed interest in outdoor facilities has emerged. I agree with that 100%, but that's why I don't think I can support this, and that why we shouldn't be renting our outdoor spaces for private functions. We've all seen places like Hogs Falls and Flesherton Hills, our trails, community parks, outdoor rinks. They're all being used at levels never seen before. So renting to people that can afford $250 or $500, or renting to a commercial entity for their financial gain shouldn't be at the cost of our residents. There's, especially Maxwell, I believe, has very high use by the Mennonite community. And these parks could conceivably be rented each weekend for a wedding, which is taking those parks out of use to our residents for could be most of the summer. There's also Grey Highlands businesses that provide venue space, including outdoor wedding space, that we could be competing with. And I don't think we should be getting into a business that's going to hurt some of our local businesses, especially during, since the last 2 years, there's been lockdowns, there's been restrictions on size of get-togethers. Wedding venues have been affected because they most times get paid by the person, and it's been greatly reduced. And as Councillor Nielsen said, putting up signs, cleaning up after is going to increase the workload. The ECDEV director has stated more than once that they're having trouble attracting and retaining staff. And to me, this is only going to add to an already burdened department. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know, Director Harris, if you have any comments to that. I know this is a pilot project, so Director Harris, do you have any comments for those concerns?
Thank you very much. Through you to Councillor Allen and the rest of council. Points are very well made. Part of this was because we've had requests from the public. We thought this is an opportunity for council to consider a way to respond to some of those inquiries. And we thought as a pilot project, it might be something you want to consider, but that's it.
You had requests, you put a policy forward to a trial, and here we are, right? So, yep. All right. Councillor Allen, follow up to that.
I guess, I think about my comment about competing with local businesses. I just really feel for not just people in that business, but all businesses, and to suddenly move in on one aspect. It's like we've got accountants and finance staff, and does that mean we should be getting into the bookkeeping service? And I know that's kind of stretching it, but it's that type of thing. Like, why are we going to perhaps do something that's going to affect our businesses? If this is passed, perhaps there should be a limit on the number of rentals that can happen in a year. Because as I say, somebody brought up, Councillor Allwood, about the Maxwell business that's doing weddings. They could say, yeah, we'll take it every weekend. And whether it's for an outdoor event or if it's just for their own parking for their weddings. So I just hate to see our parks tied up for commercial gain all summer. Thank you.
Okay, Director Harris, is your request, well, I'll let you speak to that. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may respond to Councillor Allen, we had in our operational plan, if this was approved, that I actually thought it was in the report, that we would limit the number of bookings you could do to 30% or 30 weekends. So somebody couldn't own it for the entire year. Again, we don't want to take public space out of the public realm. It was just for family reunions, the odd wedding, that we thought this might be something council would want to consider.
So on that schedule, Director Harris, do you have a number there? Did you say it was in this report? It's not. Do you have a number of the limits?
Well, if we were looking at 30%, we would, I think that works out to 15 or 16 weekends, for instance, per year that it would only be booked. And if, it was just for council to consider.
Okay. Councillor Allen, there is some consideration of time or numbers, but I mean, are you suggesting putting an amendment toward eliminate that, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, the percentage of rentals should be based on, obviously, from May, maybe the long weekend in May to Thanksgiving or something, because obviously we're not going to rent them during the winter and fall. But I'm not prepared to do an amendment because, as I say, I don't think I can support this. So.
Okay. Other comments? Deputy Mayor, I think your hand's up there. Go ahead. There's a big bright light behind you. It sort of looks blurry. But
yeah, I do apologize. I'm having to charge my iPad, and so I can't have it. Maybe I can try. No, that's not going to work. I'm with Councillor Allen on this. If we had all our arenas running open without any staffing issues, I would be much more in favor of this. But to allocate staff resources to a pilot project when later on in the agenda we have a report that says we can't open all our arenas at the same time, I can't. I'm sorry, but I cannot do that in good conscience. So I cannot support this. And I understand that sometimes we govern through amendments. I cannot think of an amendment to this. Maybe down the road this is something we could look at, but for right now, I cannot support this, and I can't think of an amendment that would lead me to support this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Your Worship.
No problem. Councillor Nelson.
Just a question for Director Harris. Currently, without a policy in place, any member of the public could theoretically have a wedding at the park, or if they brought their officiant. The only caveat would be they might have more members to their wedding party than they thought, because some public members might show up and join in the wedding festivities. But that would kind of be how it works right now, right? Like, so if the municipality gets a request from somebody saying, hey, we would like to have this space, the response would be, you're welcome to use it. Keep in mind that some members of the public might show up.
Director Harris.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Nielsen, Mayor McQueen. That would be correct. You would not have exclusive use of the space, nor could you bring in tables if you wanted to bring a caterer in. Or I guess no, if you'd brought in tables, you would need to get permission because you can't alter municipal land. So I would suggest that anybody could casually use it. You could bring your family there and invite your in-laws and your parents and have a family picnic, but it doesn't guarantee you exclusive use of the space or the ability to bring in fixtures or anything that might support your function.
Okay, I know our ball diamonds at one time when there was a ball league, I'm going to use, well, probably Fletcherton or Markdale or Feversham, where you would book your baseball nights for your team play, and then you'd sort of pay. Sometimes you get a donation to the municipality or a donation somehow, but you sort of book those spaces, and somebody looked after booking those spaces. But I'm not sure how that works today. But any other? Go ahead. Maybe you have an answer, Director Harris.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I wasn't going to speak to that, but I mean, we do have, I wanted to mention that if this is something council wants to consider and doesn't want to, go down this path at this point, as we say, we are having a committee of the whole on the recreation master plan. This could certainly be brought up in those discussions as well as part of the bigger picture. But as I said, we have had some requests for this and we just felt it important to bring before council.
Another option is you could allow it 4 times in a pilot. It could be offered 4 times throughout the year, both spaces, and then that allows other public, but it gets booked and see how that works. I don't know, it could be an option, I guess. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this is being proposed as a pilot project to see how it would. There is indication of some demand for this, and so this would help to assess what the impact might be, what the uptake would be. But I do like Director Harris's suggestion that we could take this to a committee of the whole discussion. Yeah, I would be prepared to, if I could make an amendment that we refer this to a committee of the whole.
Madam Clerk, if that's a friendly amendment from Councillor Little and Councillor Valaket that it comes to the end and that referred, is that, or do you need a separate motion?
That would be a motion to refer. It's not an amendment. It's not a friendly amendment. It's simply a motion to refer. And if the motion to refer passes, the entire thing gets moved to, I believe it was for the committee of the whole with the recreation master plan information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but there's a whole motion there. So basically it would be more or less refer this to a committee of the whole for further discussion. But don't I need to read the whole motion? Because it's, or just, no. I just item 8.7 before, okay. So is there, so then a separate motion, can I have a motion in to refer this to a committee, future committee of the whole, or to the March committee of the whole? Maybe that's what we want, right? Councillor Little?
I just did that.
Yeah, no, okay, but that's what I'm saying, in the sense of the same time as the recreational plan is what you were saying, right? So do I have a seconder for that referral? Councillor Allwood. Okay, so moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Allwood, that item 8.7 be referred to the committee of the whole at the same time when the master recreational plan comes forward. Is that how we're wording that?
That report, ECDEV 2022-03, be referred to the March committee of the whole with the recreation master plan.
What's confusing me is we did a motion earlier on today that we had the whole motion and then it was changed that it went to the committee of the whole. And that's what's sort of confusing me, is just referring this to the committee of the whole. But
yeah, so when Councillor Little moved that motion, she moved it with the deferral included. There wasn't a motion on the floor at that time.
Oh, well, yes, it did. I did have Councillor Little and Councillor Valaket on the floor.
Right, but Councillor Little raised her hand and you didn't ask her what she was moving at that point. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so moving on to 8.8, 2023 budget request for plow equipment. There is a report there, a suggestion of the reasons why the request is being made. I know Director Cornfield could be called upon, but I know Holly was the one that did the report. So, Councillor Nielsen, are you looking at discussion or moving that motion?
I will move the motion as written. I think given today's day where we're having some time in the delivery of ordered goods, especially when it comes to vehicles and stuff, putting it all together one shot, preferably getting it here sooner but rather than later, is a good idea.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Okay, any discussion on that motion? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Deputy Mayor, that council receives staff report TPS 2204 and that council approve a transfer of funds in the amount of approximately $150,000 from the Transportation Reserve to support the purchase of a snowplow, equipment for the plow truck, and that was approved. That was approved as part of the 2022 budget process. Sorry about that. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing that, all in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, item 8.9, request to increase financial clerk position.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to ask a question about it's just the TPS, transportation and public spaces. What is the public space component? It obviously isn't parks because ACTEV was dealing with that. So what is the public spaces component of TPS, please?
I'll go to the Madam Clerk, or sorry, Madam CEO. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Allen. So the public spaces encompasses trails and parking lots, maintenance, plowing, that kind of thing. So not from an inspection standpoint where Parks and Rec would inspect trails, but any maintenance that needs to be performed on them. And we're anticipating as our trail system grows, there's going to be more need to have maintenance. So it's more from a maintenance and operations standpoint, but it would be parking lots and trailways.
I guess an example could be the Kinplex parking lot, the Beaversham Marina parking lot, Community Center, Rockland parking lot, all those things. I'm assuming because they plow them anyway, right? So, good question though, Councillor Allen. I hope Director Cornfield was informed on that.
He is now, Your Worship.
Very good. Yeah, I can just see him smiling from ear to ear on that one. All right, moving on to item 8.9. This is a request to change our FTE on the Treasury side, finance. Councillor Alwood, are you moving that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council, I'm prepared to move that as written. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Okay. Moved by Councillor Alwood, second by Deputy Mayor, that staff report FIN 2202 be received by council and that council approve increasing the position of finance clerk taxes from 0.8 FTE 30 hours per week to 1 FTE 37.5 hours. I think they figured there's enough money in the budget that it will be adequate. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. A question. So the financial impact does say that there'd be no impact to the 2022 wage budget for reasons specified. What would be the impact to the 2023 wage budget?
Who do we have for Treasury? I have Anna. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment in a minute, but yeah, good afternoon, Anna, our Treasury McCarthy, and can you answer the question?
I can. To answer your question, sorry, that was Councillor Nielsen, I believe, that asked the question. The estimated impact to the 2023 budget is about $4,000, all else equal.
Okay, thanks for that. Follow up, Councillor Nielsen. Any questions to that? No. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Alwood.
Not a follow up to that question, but just an opportunity to welcome Treasurer McCarthy back and I know she hasn't been very far away, but she's back now from her maternity leave, and I'm sure the finance staff is happy to have their boss back the team full time. Welcome back, Anna.
That's great news. And you say about the treasurer, I'm sure that Madam CEO is happy too. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it says, since the introduction of online account access and electronic payments, the position is receiving a higher volume of calls and emails. I'm sure when that software was, staff wanted to get the software, it was probably because it was going to be more efficient. So what has caused this higher volume of calls? Is it not easy to use? Why are more people calling? Because it was, I'm sure, meant to cut down on calls, cut down on people walking into the office. So thank you.
Treasury McCarthy.
Through the mayor to Councillor Allen. I wouldn't say that it's resulted in more calls as a direct result of going to more electronic options. It does take more time to help ratepayers get set up and help them to navigate the system. But overall, the real reason is just an increase in call volume and email inquiries. It's not necessarily related to converting to electronic options.
Okay. Oh, Madam CEO, you have something to add.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just add to what Director McCarthy said. Obviously, the impacts of COVID are playing a role in this as well, because we're seeing less and less people come through the front door. More people are trying to get set up on this online software. It is very successful. Once we've gone through the tutorial and showed people how to navigate, they seem to be pleased with the option to have that available. But there is kind of a learning curve. We saw that even with our building permits, that staff have to spend additional time trying to kind of do a little bit of training there. And obviously we have a lot of ratepayers. It is being heavily utilized, which is fantastic. In the long run, we're hoping that things, as the pandemic goes away and people start to get familiar with the software, that those phone calls will reduce. I think the major issue here is moving from a 3-year tax sale position to a 2-year. There's an incredible increase in collection calls because that 1 year has been brought forward. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments? I know Madam CEO, I don't know if you want to speak to it. We did have a retirement in the Treasury side, and I don't know if you want to speak to that or not.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. Kathy Fitzsimmons retired from her position. I believe she was in the position for 19 years. It's going to be a big loss to the finance department because of that knowledge over 19 years. Typically, recruiting for collections or a position where somebody has to phone somebody and ask for money is not popular. Nobody likes to do that, and especially in hard times. We felt that offering a position of 30 hours would not be attractive. So, moving it to the full-time 37.5 hours a week would be more attractive to potential candidates. I know the pressure that was on the position maybe played a role in that more early retirement than expected. But Kathy has been a face around the office for many, many years, and we're going to miss her.
Yeah, all the best for her retirement, that's for sure. Okay, just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. Quick question, S357 applications. What the heck is an S357 application? And I don't know if you can help me out there. Is that just a processing number? Maybe, I don't know.
Sure, that's referencing a section of the Municipal Act, applications to reduce property taxes or adjust them.
Ah, there we go. You learn something every day. Thanks for sharing. All right. All right, so that's been moved in second. Any comments? Thank you, Teresa McCarthy, on that one. Madam CEO, any questions? I see none. All in favor? Opposed? Not sure what Councillor Nelson was doing. Were you in favor or opposing? Oh, maybe you're opposing. I don't know. I can't tell.
Opposed, sir.
Okay, so that was carried then. It throws me a little bit because sometimes people's internet is pausing, and I just want to clarify that. Okay. All right. Moving on then to item 8.10, arena reopenings, remainder of the 21-22 ice season. There is a report there. What's your wish, Council? Councillor Alwick?
I'm not prepared to move this at the moment, but I just wanted to comment on the fact that we're unable to open our Markdale Arena, in our largest village and hamlet. And I'm wondering if there's, I've received some correspondence from, and we had a delegation earlier today. I wonder what some alternate solution where we could perhaps rotate, if it's 25% reduction in staffing, whether we could rotate our arena, all 4 arenas being open, if that might work. And it concerns me that Markdale not having an ice surface. Anyways, I just wanted to bring that up and perhaps.
I will go to the Director of Economic Development, but I do have the clerk showing up here, so maybe I better go to the clerk. Go, Madam Clerk.
The time is now 4:57 p.m. If I could just get a motion to proceed beyond 5 o'clock, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Valaket, that we go past 5 o'clock. Discussion. All in favor of that? That's carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Director Harris, Councillor Alwood has asked a question to the report.
Thank you so much, Mayor McQueen, through you to Council and Councillor Alwood specifically. This was a tough, we've spent a lot of time deliberating on this around efficiencies and how we manage this opportunity. I will tell you that the first thing we looked at is giving priority to Grey Highlands ratepayers. That was none of our first consideration in this. We also looked at the operational requirements. The Rockland Arena is not suitable for, it's a smaller arena, and so it generally doesn't support organized league hockey in the same way. It is smaller than all of our other ice pads. At the Osprey Arena and the Flesherton Arena, 2 of our major user groups both have under 7 hockey, which means they divide the arena. We need to then be able to move logistically 80 feet of arena boards and mini nets to accommodate that operation. The sheer logistics of scheduling and moving and rescheduling people, we tried with this recommendation, and I know people are unhappy and I know they're blaming us for arbitrarily making these decisions. They were not done, or recommendations, but we tried to come up with a way that would disrupt the least number of users or groups at a time. And we looked at how the group bookings were made, and taking into account our Grey Highlands rate players first and foremost. That's going to be the decision. If council chooses that they want to keep all 4 arenas open, we would have to go back and look at how we could accommodate reduced operations at all of those arenas. It's not simply just chopping a week off every arena, because those bookings for that arena would need to be rescheduled and obviously would impact all of our user groups across the municipality. The other thing I should mention is that we also tried to look at geography when we made a decision here. We know Rockland and Feversham are fairly far apart from where the users come from. And given that the Markdale and Flesherton Arena are within 10 minutes of each other, we felt that was the best way to accommodate them, the user groups. Again, we know this isn't an ideal solution. Gosh knows it would have been far easier if we didn't even have to bring this forward to council, but that's the situation we're in, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Allwood. Did you have a follow-up to that, Councillor Allwood, before we go to other questions? I think Deputy Mayor was next.
Again, I have trouble in closing our ice surface in Markdale. I prefer the option that the director just mentioned, that we go back and look at some other options that give us part-time access to all of our arenas if we are dealing with a staff shortage issue.
So just, do you want to follow up with that anymore, Director Harrison, in the sense of time frame, or that's possible? Or
it's gonna, thank you, Mayor McQueen. We are gonna have to, it's gonna take us probably a couple days to look at how we reschedule. If that is council's wish, we will have to go to all of the user groups, including South Grey Minor Hockey and Osprey Hockey, which have significant groups. We'd have to talk to all of the user groups. We have 18 individual users in Rockland. We have 4 large user groups in Osprey and 6 users in Flesherton. So we would have to go to all of those groups and look at rescheduling. And if that's council's wish, we will, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
okay, and just any follow up to that, Councillor Allwood? I got other people that want to talk, but I just want to make sure you're done first.
No, my last words would be, I would hope those other groups, in the spirit of community and the whole of Grey Highlands, would consider adjusting their schedules to accommodate the Markdale users. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Deputy Mayor, you were next, I think.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little upset, disturbed by the fact that we were looking at closing Markdale. I'm with Councillor Allwood. I don't think a blanket closure on Markdale is something I can support. I hope it's not something council as a whole can support. I have 2 questions here. The first one is, and Councillor Allwood asked that, investigating other options. In investigating other options, can we expect something back to council by the next council meeting? I understand that the reports have to be in by not tomorrow, but the day after. But this is something that's time sensitive. Can we expect something? Because at the end of the day, I understand that the MECG is still meeting. Can we expect the MECG to call an emergency meeting and talk this over, investigate other options, and come back to council 2 weeks from now? The second question I have, Your Worship, is how are we so severely understaffed in recreation and facilities? I know we've approved a few positions in the budget. Why have we not heard of being this understaffed? Thank you.
Director Harris, do you want to speak to the understaffing maybe first? I don't know.
Yep, thank you, Mayor McQueen. I'm happy to talk to this staffing situation. In the report, it talks about how many arenas we have, and I'll speak specifically to the winter right now. Right now, our arenas are open 7 days a week. All 4 arenas are 7 days a week with a total of 8 staff, 2 for each rink. You can probably understand that staff still need to have days off and work schedules, etc. So we don't have a lot of margin for error if somebody goes down sick or we have a resignation. Both of those situations which were which have put us in this position immediately. Since we posted for a full-time operator in August, we were able to hire one that was for a vacancy, posted for a full-time attendant, and we were able to hire for that in September. But we, at that time, were what we call talent scouting, see if there were any other qualified operators out there. Understanding that we were lean and we didn't have a lot of opportunity, in December of this year, we put out a call for a casual attendant. We weren't even able to interview anybody. There was nobody who came forward that had any related qualified credentials. During this process, even with the Markdale Arena and this recommendation today, we have gone to all of our neighboring municipalities to request support. None of them have any available support to provide us. It's a tough marketplace out there. We don't have a lot of depth, and we have 4 arenas across a large geography. So that's the staffing situation. In regard to Deputy Mayor's comments about could we have a report back to Council for February 16th, we absolutely can. My concern with that, however, is that's another 2 weeks for hockey operations. And we would be seeking today, if Council wants to provide guidance or recommend or provide direction to staff that something else needs to be done. I don't think we can wait 2 weeks for it to come back to Council. I think we need to find a way to see how we operationalize that. Just there's not enough time. The hockey season ends at the end of March. If we take 2 weeks off of that, they've already been off for the entire month, or the ice season has been off for the entire month of January.
Right. I'll follow up, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll come back to the staffing issue for a second here. To me, if we're this thin, I feel Council should have heard about this at budget time. So I'm trying to tease that out as to where has it gone awry that we're down to basically if one person calls in sick, we can't have hockey. I'm a little concerned with that. And with the other issue, that would have to be a motion of Council, so I'll leave that for now. But I am concerned how we've gotten to the point where one person calling in sick means no hockey.
Director of Economic Development, can you address that?
Thank you. I will start, and then I see the CAO has her hand up as well, so I will defer to her. This department has always run incredibly leanly. As you will note at the budget, we did, in an attempt to start getting some more depth in the staffing department, that part of the challenge is seasonal employees. We couldn't get any seasonal employees in the summer of this past year as well. So we wanted to start to try to move towards full-time employment for some of these seasonal and or part-time positions so that we would have that depth. Unfortunately, a seasonal position in the summer does not translate into qualified staff in the winter. So you can't just interchange those bodies. We did have a request through to Council to at least start moving towards a more fulsome complement of staff. And we requested in this last budget process an increase of one of our part-time positions to full-time. And unfortunately, that wasn't passed this year.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one. Probably tough in a lot of sectors for sure. But Madam CAO, do you wish to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple of things I just would like to comment on. Firstly, the recommendation that came forward to MECG, which is the Municipal Emergency Management Group. It came forward to the emergency group because it fell under the purview of reopening. Unfortunately, the vacancies that we're experiencing are not related to the pandemic. They're outside of that, but because of the reopening, it came through MECG, and it was a recommendation from the department head, which MECG did support and communicate out of that meeting. by reducing hours in all of the other arenas, not only are we affecting teams that play outside of Grey Highlands, there's tournaments been set up, and there's teams that are coming into the municipality. So of course they would have to be informed by the hockey groups, and they would have to reschedule or adjust their schedules. The position of arena operator is getting more and more difficult to recruit for because of the technology we have in our arenas. Finding somebody with the refrigeration license is becoming more and more difficult. The caution I have to council is by taking the existing 3 operators that are trained and licensed to operate these arenas and telling them to split their shift between A and B arena throughout the day, causes undue stress on that individual. As you know, we have a large municipality, and traveling from one arena to another in a day's work, and then setting up and doing their work and their inspections and their checks at another arena after working at one arena is arduous. And my concern is I don't want to lose another one of these valuable operators at this point in time. What Director Harris said is absolutely on point. The staff have gone through every single scenario to see what is the least impact to the community and to the hockey teams. What we can't lose sight of here is nobody is losing ice time. It's about geography. They may not be able to play in their arena of choice, but these are all Grey Highlands arenas. This falls under the Municipality of Grey Highlands, and every team who wants to play in a Grey Highlands arena has been accommodated. It just isn't at their arena of choice, and we understand that is not ideal. However, they're still being accommodated by the Municipality of Grey Highlands. In addition to the 3 rinks that have opened, we've also assisted and helped in 4 outdoor ice rinks in various communities throughout Grey Highlands, which, you know, although we're not running them, the municipality is taking a significant liability on for those arenas that are on municipal property. But arena staff have to do inspections because under the Occupiers Liability Act, we're liable for anything that goes wrong on those rinks. So signage, inspections, training of volunteers, all of that is falling onto our Parks and Recreation Department now, which is another significant surprise that Parks and Rec staff weren't anticipating. I guess at the end of the day, like I said, hockey is not stopping. Nobody has been, you know, put out in the sense that they've been told they're not getting ice time. They're just getting ice time in another Grey Highlands arena. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Miss, yep, I saw, there you are, you popped up. And you moved on my screen, so now you're okay. Do you have a comment on staffing or recruitment? Go ahead. You're on mute. That's right. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to council. This is like the perfect storm. We don't have a lot of resources to staff the arenas. 1 operator per arena, 1 attendant. Sorry, Deputy Mayor wants to speak.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, you have a urgent point.
So I was just putting my hand up to be recognized. My internet, and I'm at the office, and my internet is, I don't know if it was just mine that froze or everyone else's.
No, must have been. You're coming in.
You're the only one moving for me right now. Huh.
Okay, everybody.
Well, I was just trying to be recognized for when Manager Yip is.
Okay.
So as I was saying, the staffing that we have at current levels, would fit the needs that we have. However, the perfect storm happened. We had one operator resign. We have another attendant who had an off work injury, which has significantly impacted her ability to perform. So down 2 people. You have 8, you're down 2. That's 25% of your staff, and you have 4 arenas. So even just a mathematical equation, how do you make it work? So I think Director Harris and CEO Govan have filled in the rest for you. And as CEO Govan said, with the staff we have left, it's really difficult for them to manage their time and to get to all of the arenas and manage all of the groups. And so I have to think about protecting the staff and about where are they going to feel and how, you know, how are they going to feel about running all over the place and managing all of this? So I think we have to respect the staff workload as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think Deputy Mayor, you indicated you wanted to follow up on that. Not sure if we, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry about that. The clerk was just checking to make sure that I had internet here. Sorry.
No problem.
I understand what staff is trying to say, and I can empathize to a certain extent. At the same time, I'm hearing from the local community that there's user groups that have moved away from Markdale because Markdale hasn't opened. They've moved to Owen Sound, and we've lost some of that revenue. To me, and I know Councillor All would refer to this, the question of process for me is, can Council provide direction to the MECG, because that is where the decision was made. Question 2 is, can Council override a decision that was made at MECG? And if the first 2 are something we can do, then the third is, what is the process for a council directing staff to come up with a plan that accommodates the opening of all arenas?
I'm not sure if that goes to the CAO first for the process of the CMEG, or Director Harris. Do you want to address that? Go ahead, Director Harris.
Thank you. If I could just speak to the accommodation part, or I'll leave it to our CAO to speak to the other parts. But related to the accommodation part, all users of Markdale could be accommodated. Some of them chose not to be accommodated at with the offers we made to them, but they could have all been accommodated. So we did not in any way, shape, or form say that people could not have ice time. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And I think, you know, the other one, I could argue that Owen Sound is further from Markdale than Flesherton is, but they've made their choice, and that's fine. That's all.
If I could jump in, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question of the process still stands, but I've had people from Chatsworth call me. A member of council on Chatsworth has called me, saying that, you know, they've had to move to Owen Sound because Markdale wasn't opening. And I understand the director's statement that we have accommodated all the user groups using a Grey Highlands Arena have been accommodated elsewhere. Unfortunately, we do in rural communities to a certain extent function on a regional basis. So I'm having a bit of a hard time with the fact that Chatsworth chose to travel to Owen Sound rather than use a Grey Highlands Arena, and which is why I'm sort of getting to that point of, if we can have a rolling closure, why not explore that?
Okay, and I think part of probably the more users of the Markdale Arena is because the Chatsworth Arena has been closed for a number of years. So there's probably a number of Chatsworth users are now using the Markdale Arena. Madam CEO, the question, and then I'll go to Council a little minute. The question was about the decision of the MECG and process but we do have a report here about operation. So the deputy mayor was asking about process and if council wanted to overrule the decision. And I think you mentioned it was coming out of COVID and opening up our facilities, but this was one of the things that were a problem. I'll let you speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. The director brought it to MACG, Municipal Emergency Management Group, to gain support and also to get communication out because it was in relation to the reopening and the pandemic. Basically, the decision is operational. So the decision was made in-house. Ordinarily, we would just shuffle staff around and we would make that decision internally. Given the fact that this has an outward political look, staff decided to bring it to council for information so that council understood why we had to make the decision and why we feel the need to delay the opening of Markdale because it does have the least impact on the community. We understand that, there's certain members of the community that probably live in close proximity to Markdale. And obviously, for convenience, it makes sense that they would like to play out of that arena. We understand that. If we start to filter this out or ripple this out across the community, then everybody not everybody, but many other organizations are going to be inconvenienced as well. So with staff going through the details at such a level to look at, how many teams will be inconvenienced if we do this? How many teams who don't play, who play in the municipality that don't live in the community? Obviously, first and foremost, we have to put the Grey Highlands taxpayer first. That's all of our jobs. That's why we're here. And by making the decision to delay the opening of Markdale Arena, it made more sense for the municipality of Grey Highlands taxpayers. We know we're not going to please everybody. So, at some point, throughout this unfortunate time, people are going to be inconvenienced. It's just a matter of how many people we inconvenience. If we change the decision and open Markdale on another, for 3 or 4 hours a day, then we're going to be inconveniencing other people who are playing at other arenas, and maybe more than just 1 or 2 teams. So there's no happy result to the end of this. It is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, everybody who wants to play in Grey Highlands is playing in Grey Highlands.
Deputy Mayor, do you have a follow-up to that? And then I got Councillor Little, or I can come back to you.
To me, if everyone's not going to be happy, there's multiple ways to make sure everyone's not happy. And I'll rest it at that.
I will say I know staff put a call out to other municipalities. I know I put a call out to the mayor of Blue Mountains to see if they had anybody, but I guess everybody's in the same boat. They're tapped out, and probably COVID and closing down and open up hasn't probably helped staffing, because it's probably like if you're in the restaurant business, you're open, you're closed, you're open, you're closed. That probably hasn't helped either. And I'm not trying to make excuses. It's very, very unfortunate. I have a name of a person in the back of my mind that maybe who used to work for municipalities, but I don't know if it's changed with qualifications and stuff. I know we had a long-term operator. I don't know if anybody else knows of anybody that could come to the plate. I know staff have looked at a lot of options, but Councillor Little, I know you were patiently waiting to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my points were related to what CAO Gobbin said, that this staffing shortage is rather an emergency, although not entirely unanticipated, because there was a budget request which council didn't approve. So that's neither here nor there at this point. It represents a temporary inconvenience. The hockey season is finite, it's an inconvenience, and it was determined that this would have the least impact on staff, and users have been accommodated. I guess what hasn't been mentioned, and a fear that there's a certain risk associated with trying to spread staff too thinly, as has been alluded to, is that what if more staff members go down and we can't replace them? You're not just going to have one arena closed, you're going to have more arenas closed. So, and then more decisions to make. So let's make the best out of a bad situation and follow what staff have determined is going to work with, their staffing levels and what has been recommended and approved by the emergency management group. And, people can't always just have what they want. It's just not realistic. And if we continue to want to run our arenas at full capacity, then let's staff them appropriately at the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other comments? I think I can't remember who went. Councillor Nelson and Councillor Allen. I guess I don't know if there was an indication before I didn't see it. So Councillor Nelson and Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. A question for maybe it's for CEO Govan. When it comes to our staffing, so what I'm about to bring up has no fix for right now, but we do provide course training for a lot of staff in their chosen fields. Is there potential to offer the courses that are required for the CIT certificate? So for instance, some of the seasonal staff that come for the summer, we can offer, hey, are you interested in learning this? Because we have a need for it. And is there a mechanism for the municipality to help provide education, that training for them to maybe entice them to be both that summer and winter person that we need in those two different fields? Are we capable of doing that?
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Nielsen. Absolutely. We're always looking for bright stars who want a career in the municipality. We have had conversations, Manager Yip and Director Harris have been meeting about who are the potentials to move forward. But as you mentioned, this is not a quick fix, it's a longer term fix. And some of the individuals, at the attendant level, it's an in and out position. It's not something that somebody works in for 5-10 years. We've made some dramatic changes within the department, and we always ensure that anybody who's wanting to step up or wanting to learn more has that opportunity. It's just right now across the board, not just Grey Highlands, these positions are getting more and more difficult to recruit for. We lost an operator to a somewhat neighboring municipality, and the reason we lost them was because they were offered $4 an hour more. So we're facing that challenge, but the simple fact that some of the people that work in these positions work split shifts. They come in and they work 3 hours and then they go home for 4, and then they come back in for 2, and then they go home and then they come back. In this day and age, people do not want to work that kind of schedule. People want to know what's expected of them and what their working hours are. It's just getting increasingly more difficult to hire. Unless you have a pool of people that you can draw from, then I think Director Harris said, if somebody sneezes, it's a panic situation. Like, what are we going to do? And it's not just our municipality. Municipalities across the board are facing this as technology changes and arenas are moving to more modern systems. And there's less and less people that have this ticket that can operate a somewhat complex system that has chemicals, and there's a risk, and it needs to be operated properly by somebody who has the right education and training.
Councillor Nielsen, do you have any follow-up to that? No. Okay, Councillor Allen, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it says that the Markdale Arena will remain closed until further notice. So if this is approved, does that mean that the ice will be taken out of the arena, or will it be kept in case it can reopen?
Councillor Harris.
Or director, if you've promoted me to council.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, but I think I'll decline.
Director Harris, I'm sorry, I'm texting because I'm trying to find out if somebody else knows of somebody that can do this job. So I'm sorry, I'm double duty here. So go ahead, Director Harris. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Mayor McQueen, through you to Councillor Allen. That's something we deliberated. Right now, we're saying the arena will be would be closed for the time being until such time we're continuing to try to recruit and find solutions. The challenge is it's a seasonal position which traditionally ends at the end of March. We are now at the beginning of February, so hard to find somebody, recruit for somebody at that point. At this point, we are leaving the ice in hopes that, something miraculous will come up within the next 2 weeks. But I also want to point out that in talking to some of our stakeholders who have been inconvenienced and user groups, they did ask about, well, what if the arena reopens? And we said, well, we can accommodate you back if you want. Well, gosh, we've already made other arrangements, or we've already notified anybody. This is it's tricky. If obviously there would be financial savings if the ice were taken out, but there's also staff time required to take the ice out as well.
So Michelle, we can't get you licensed and get you in there, eh?
I volunteered to do whatever I could, including driving an ice resurfacer, but they don't want me near. I'll open doors, I'll sweep, but they don't want me near a refrigeration room.
No, I understand. There is stronger recruitment issues. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking that if, excuse me, if the decision is made to accept the staff recommendation, to me, as it's late in the season, it doesn't make sense to keep the ice in. It costs a lot of money to maintain that ice. I think realistically, if the decision's made, it should be taken out, but that would offset some of our expenses. Not that I'm thinking that we should make the decision to save money, but we might as well save it if we can. Thank you.
Yeah. I think Councillor Valaket, you were next there. Sorry, I missed your hand there. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm hoping that my internet plays along, because I've been quiet today, largely for that reason. But yeah, I don't think anybody around the table likes this one. But I think that what sort of sat with me with this conversation, with the conversation I had with Director Harris about this, as well as what's been said by Director Yip and our CAO, I think that we have to protect our staff here and their mental health. And I am very sorry about the inconvenience to members of our community. I truly am. But I do believe, in speaking with Director Harris, as well as what was discussed here today, she went through the process of, first we dealt with our ratepayers within our own municipality, and then we moved on to the next thing. And I do believe that they have tried to do their very best and are also thinking forward about doing what's right for our staff members. And I have great concerns that we will have this conversation. It might not be about necessarily arenas, or it might not necessarily be about this specific job posting, but I do have great concerns that we are going into a time when keeping staffing levels at at a level that will fulfill the needs of such a large municipality might be a challenge. And so, yeah, I think that this is an unfortunate one, but I do think that staff has done their due diligence here, and I support the report.
Okay, thank you for that. We don't have a mover and a seconder on that, but a couple things I will say. I did have a call from an individual, and I think what's added insult to injury is a lot of the other facilities also have an outdoor rink, and unfortunately, I know it's on the next report. Markdale doesn't have an outdoor rink, so there's not even the option of that for that. That's part of our community where Osprey and Feversham and Fletcherton, and we have one in Priceville, and we have one in Eugenia. So it has from the optics of that, and I know it's unfortunate, but we do have that coming up. The only other thought I had was, could we put our feelers out, keep the ice in for at least maybe a couple more weeks to see if we can come up with. I know part of it was also that the communication I had was from public skating as well, and getting people out, just the general public. But I wonder if I don't know, I was Googling here, sorry, I was a little distracted. I was Googling on here. I'm sure everybody else has done it. Are there arena operators available? It looks like everybody's looking for arena operators when I Googled it, right? And I know there was a fella who retired from Feversham. I don't know if we give him a call. I don't know if we could put our feelers out there to try. I mean, we can't. I just think that if we could leave it in for a couple of weeks to see if we could come up with somebody out there, but it's a tough. I just Googled it and it came up with all these arenas looking for operators. So it's out there. And I know our manager of HR, or maybe even Director Harris, I think since COVID hit, we have lost quite a few of our staff, have we not? Just over the last 2 years, Director Harris, have we just overall? I remember there was like last year when COVID hit. I don't know if you have a comment to that, Director Harris.
Thank you. Not from our Parks and Recs. I'll defer to Manager Yip. We haven't done that, but we have lost our seasonal staff. And I think to Councillor Nielsen's point before about, could we train our seasonal staff? People aren't looking for seasonal jobs. If we're going to invest in them, I think we want to keep them for the long haul. And I think I just want council to know that longer term, we are looking internally at the structure of this department and how we can move the puzzle pieces around without incurring significant more cost to the municipality, so that we can get that commitment and that depth that we need from a staffing perspective. But I'll defer to Manager Yip on the overall staffing levels.
Manager Yip.
Okay, I'm off mute. Thank you, Mayor McQueen, and through you to council. We've had some challenges during COVID with staffing levels. We've had significant numbers, people being away, and so we're managing the best. We're preserving our services. We're protecting our employees. We're trying to manage all of that. As far as the Parks and Recreation Department, we didn't have anyone away because of COVID. The shortage is because of the non-workplace related injury and a resignation. So that didn't have anything to do with COVID.
No, I was just thinking, maybe a year ago, we had some people that just either left or didn't come back, or I'm talking about 2020.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. Yes, we had some closures, as everybody knew, in 2020, and we had some voluntary layoffs. Staff said they would like to be laid off versus being given very few shifts. That's not the case this year.
No. But fundamentally, it's been a struggle for the last 2 to 3 years just to keep that. Yeah, and it doesn't help when you close and open either. It just, I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't help in the sense of.
So I just want to Mr. Mayor, I just want to carry on with what Director Harris has said. In building a depth to any team, you need to have commitment. And when you have seasonal people, the seasonal staff often have other jobs they do in the off season. And there's lots of seasonal people who are happy to do seasonal work. However, when you're developing the depth to an organization, you want to have that commitment. You want to invest in the training. These courses are not cheap, they're expensive. And so if we're going to invest in our people, we want them here for the longer term. So what we're doing is we're looking for people that are committed and motivated and enthusiastic to be part of our municipality. And it's hard right now. There is a work shortage, there's a labor shortage. We didn't see any resumes in the last recruitment activity we did for arena attendance. And that's a problem.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. I'm sure it's an industry. Thank you very much for that, that clarity on that part. Councillor Alwood and Councillor Little. We do need to get moving on here, but
I believe Councillor Nelson and Councillor Little had their hands up before me, Your Worship.
Oh, apologize. Well, go ahead, and then I'll address you, and then address. Okay, maybe you're just pointing out. Okay, Councillor Little, and then Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've been talking about this for 40 minutes, and I don't even think there's a motion on the floor yet. So I would like to move this. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nelson. So moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Nelson, that council receives report ECD 2209 for information, and that council authorized staff to offer reduced rates for user groups replaced from the Markdale Arena from prime time to non-prime time hourly rental rates for the remaining of the 21-22 ice season, and as recommended by the Municipal Emergency Control Group. Discussion. And I think there is one point in there that it has been reduced, the cost has been reduced from prime to non-prime as well. Councillor Alwood?
Just to finish off the discussion perhaps, but I was wondering if there was any way to mobilize our volunteer community to help out in this situation. I mean, we're talking about the next 8 to 10 weeks of, the ice season. I can't support closing the Markdale Arena myself, but I know that we've talked a lot about our staff and mental health and stresses on staff, but those same stresses exist out there for ratepayers that pay our staff salaries, ratepayers that are the reason we're here today. I curl. Our curling club just opened up, and I want to tell you, it's done wonders for me personally to be able to get out and mix with the community again. But the curling club relies on volunteers for ice, to keep the ice surfaces open in the wintertime. If there's somehow we can mobilize, the next item on our agenda is talking about an outside rink, with volunteer. Yep. Why can't we somehow figure out how we can, I know the trained technicians that we need to maintain ice are not going to be, you're not going to bring volunteers into that position, but maybe they can spread the load around a little, and we can work out some way to keep this arena open. Thank you.
I think the key you said about trained with regards to the regulations. Director Harris, can you have your
Thank you. If I may just respond to that, it's not if it were a matter of having people there to open and close the doors and sweep and provide support to keep this open, we would be there. Our staff would be there. We have other people who have volunteered. We don't have the proper qualified trained staff to operate an arena plant, and that if we don't have that puts us at tremendous risk and liability. And I don't need to speak to that. Our CAO will speak to that over and above. We would be there doing this, driving the Zamboni. It's not simply about that.
Thank you, Director. It's just a comment to you, Councillor Elwood. Do you have a licensed person or a person that could possibly be available to help out from the curling club? Is that a possibility, or is that something you can make an inquiry? That's somebody that is licensed.
I'm not sure about the licensing arrangements there. We have a person that looks after that's a plumber. I'm not sure what, but we have a lot of volunteers that come out and pebble the ice and clean the ice and do other things, right? So there's one gentleman and a team of people that put the ice in and take the ice out. that's composed of volunteers, and and there's a full-time manager and obviously a volunteer board that looks after that club. But, I could look into that, but I'm not sure that the answer lies there. But my point was mobilizing the volunteer community to help out, not with the trained licensed requirement aspect of it, but maybe take some of the burden off of the other things that those guys do, because your licensed technician is not making ice all the time. He's probably doing other jobs. Thank you.
Right. I see what you mean. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the risk of sounding disrespectful, council is getting into the weeds and stepping into operational processes here. Staff will exhaust every possibility, and if that includes getting volunteers and training them up, we will certainly do that. But council's role in this decision is either to support the staff recommendation as is and to support the reduction in the rates. But council phoning around or trying to find people or making recommendations for operational issues, frankly, that's not council's role in this decision. I do sympathize with council. I know you're trying to find a resolution to this, but I can assure you that staff has been working incredibly hard on all of the things that you're having this discussion about. So really, respectfully, I'm asking council to get back to the recommendation that's on the agenda and let staff deal with the operational side of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. All right, so we've had a lot of comments on here. I know it's a very sensitive community, very sensitive to the community, and it's not where I think council wants to be. But I've read the motion off. It was moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Nelson. All in favor of that motion? Opposed? That motion is carried. Just before we move on to the next part, just something that did cross my mind, and I think Deputy Mayor, you mentioned about Chatsworth. Is there a possibility if the Markdale Arena is very critical or very important to the Chatsworth community and maybe the municipality of Chatsworth, maybe we could look at, is there a way that they could help partner a little bit from Chatsworth? I mean, they don't have that arena, and I know that they chose not to rebuild the arena. I just wondered if there's ways that we could enter into sort of like the library and everything else. I just wondered if there's a way to partner the Markdale Arena, at least consider that in the sense of maybe some funding and some support from Chatsworth on that part as well. So just a takeaway on that.
I'll reach out.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 8.1.
Point of privilege.
Yeah, go ahead.
Point of privilege, Your Worship. Can I request a break, a 15-minute break?
A 10-minute?
15.
Okay.
Or,
all right, so what?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I know for us and staff, I know it's long and it's been one of those days. So I got 6:48, so 6:03. Okay, see you then. Well, welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's back. Welcome back, everyone. You know what? We take a break and I come back and the leader of the opposition is no longer the leader of the opposition. It's like, what happened today? Must be Groundhog Day.
That was 2 breaks ago, Your Worship.
Well, I know I didn't get a chance to say it, but they're talking about it on the news. But it's like, this is definitely Groundhog Day. Anyway, moving on. Interesting. All right, so we left off at moving on to 8.11. This is with regards to a request for an outdoor ice rink in Markdale. There's a report there. Councillor Nelson.
Absolutely would love to move this one, sir.
All right, and seconder? Councillor Valaket. Okay, so moved by Councillor Nelson, second by Councillor Valaket, that council receives ECD 2208 for information and that council approve the request made by the Markdale Recreation Committee for volunteers to construct an outdoor ice surface on the ball field at King Edward Park. Discussion. Just a quick question to our staff. I'm going to pull it up here. I know when I think Deputy Mayor, you brought forward the notice of motion for Feversham to come forward last fall. Just and I know that I had a call from the Kinsman that there was something to do with paperwork. Is there a requirement for organizers, Director Harris, in the sense of paperwork? There was something about paperwork.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. For Feversham, that was related to insurance because the Kinsmen were not members of CDAC. Members of CDAC are covered under municipal insurance. The Markdale Rec Committee is a member of CDAC, so they will automatically be covered by insurance. And we've had lots of conversation with the Markdale Rec Group about this, so there should be no impediments to moving this forward.
Thank you for that clarity. And I thought that's what it was, but I just want to raise it because I knew that once we gave the go ahead, there was still some information that had to be gathered through. So thanks for that clarity. Any other discussions on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Let's hope it stays minus 0, below 0 till the end of March, right? All right. 8.12, Police Services Board minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those, please? Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Allwood. The council receives I guess it would be the November 23rd. No, doesn't seem right. There's something wrong there, isn't there? Oh, the 20, no.
It should,
Go ahead,
sorry, Your Worship, it should be the 2021-11-23. So the November 23rd, 2021 Grey Highlands Police Service Board meeting minutes.
That's what I thought, but then it threw me a bit. So, okay. Yes, November 23rd, 2021, Grey Highlands Police Services Board meeting minutes for information, and that council approved the purchase of the Lindar Dragon Eye system in the amount of $2,694.97 for the use by the Grey Bruce OPP detachment from the Police Services Board Reserve. Any discussion there? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know in the past, the municipality has funded a portion of equipment purchases. I'm wondering if this is a similar issue. I went through the minutes and didn't find detail around it. So I'm just wondering if this is an issue, or not an issue, but a purchase where it's going to be shared amongst all the member municipalities that fall under Grey Bruce OPP, or if this is something that'll be specifically for Grey Highlands.
As I recall, this is coming out just specifically from Grey Highlands, but Madam Clerk.
So I am just looking at the quote for this, and the total quote for the entire thing is the amount that's included in this resolution. So I'm assuming this would be something that Grey Highlands specifically is only purchasing because the money is available in the reserves for the OPP.
Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Clerk Martel, for the clarification. My question is, how do we ensure that this is used only within Grey Highlands, I guess? Is it something that'll be, stationed at the Markdale OPP detachment, or how can we ensure that we're spending money that will be used within Grey Highlands?
So I don't have the chair, the chair of police services here, but myself and Council Nielsen are the representatives on that board. But as I understand from the discussion on the minutes, that stipulation wasn't put there. It was a request or a decision of the police services board that we would purchase this on its own and have it throughout this system. But that requirement, as I recall, wasn't put on that purchase of that unit. I don't know, Councillor Nielsen, do you recall any further discussion? Because the motion would spell that out if it was only specifically to be used in Grey Highlands. But I'm trying to think of the report that came forward. There was a cheaper one and there was a better one, and this was the better one from the cheaper one. And I thought from the point of purchasing it, felt that it was a better proven device and a lot, I think, a lot stronger unit. Councillor Nielsen, do you have anything to add to that?
So unfortunately, I was actually sitting at this meeting, so it wasn't part of the debate, the discussion for me.
Oh, I couldn't remember if you were there or not. So, Madam Clerk, you're visible there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would also just say that the LiDAR technology being used, regardless if it's in Grey Highlands or not, it would capture those speeders and things that are happening coming towards or leaving our municipality. So because it's the Grey Bruce OPP detachment, it would affect the area surrounding, even if it's not specifically right inside Grey Highlands being used.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, if there's an amendment to this motion to support that, if that's the wish that it only be used in Grey Highlands, that's certainly to the privy of council. And I know, Deputy Mayor, other purchases of, there was some other devices. Well, the one was the weigh scales was divided 4 ways. Remember the scales of weighing commercial vehicles was split 4 ways between ourselves, Chatsworth, Southgate, and Georgian Bluffs, I think it was. So, and they were only to be used in those municipalities as that. And then I think, if I recall, the county of Grey wanted to get on that because they thought that was a great idea that they could use those on Grey County roads as well. So you are correct in the sense that, but as I recall, there was no stipulation on this purchase to be only used in Grey Highlands, but that would be up to the privy of this council to suggest that. Deputy Mayor.
So I don't want to make a motion that's already happening. So can I perhaps say, ask that the members or the representatives on the police services board look into that, and then if it is the case that it would be used throughout Grey Bruce, then at that point maybe council can debate whether or not we want it to be used simply within Grey Highlands. But I support the purchase, and so I'm not going to oppose it at this point. Thank you.
Right, and for clarity, I mean, this is supporting the purchase. If it came back that we can certainly communicate that would be the preference of the desire of this council. My only concern is if it gets purchased and it's in the general, because there's probably training and a lot of stuff in there too, whether you could take that back and say only in Grey Highlands after you make the purchase. I would sort of caution that part, but I mean, the ask could be there. We can certainly follow it. I know Councillor Nielsen, did you have anything to add to that?
I think it's a comment or a discussion we can have with our inspector to flush out. So it's a fair question to ask, but kind of to Deputy Mayor, he's still in support of the purchase, I think, regardless. Just the question to the director would be, can we kind of focus this item within the Grey Highlands boundaries is a fair question to ask.
I just can't guarantee it. That's all. Right. Okay. Any other, Councillor Allen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for the two members on the Police Services Board, and I know this is a contentious issue or subject, but has there been any discussion about the use of other radar, like photo radar or even red light cameras? I don't think there's hardly a time sitting at the stoplight, specifically in Flesherton, where I don't see one or two vehicles sneak through the red light. And it's either that people are getting braver or stupider, but they keep pushing it. Like it used to be that perhaps one was halfway through when it went red, then it went to there's a full vehicle going through, and now it's one or two or three sneaking through. It's only a matter of time before something major happens.
So response to that, I think the deputy mayor did raise this last year about photo radar cameras, and that's usually a municipality makes that. Saying that, Councillor Allen, if that's an area of enforcement, we can certainly raise that so they can take a little bit more attention to be more present during that time. And is that during normal times, or is that evening, or is there? And those are type of things, if you were to communicate that to us, and them not aware of that, enforcement is something that they do take into consideration when, and just for example, at our last Police Services Board meeting, we had the delegation from the Kimberley community, and their concerns around more enforcement, and you know, as an example, they use the example of, well, if you go through Rivanna and Blue Mountains, you always slow down, because you know that's certainly an area where, and they use that as an example. So again, just in general issues of police coverage, if there are areas from any councilors or anything that, or public, to certainly communicate that to the Police Services Board for enforcement side. As far as a red light camera, so red light camera, is that for nighttime? I'm not quite familiar with the red light camera part, but can you explain a little bit further?
It just is, there's a sensor that determines or sees when a vehicle has gone through the intersection when the light is red, and it snaps a picture of the license plate.
Okay, so it's similar to photo radar, but it's specifically for intersections. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't need an answer now, but if it could be discussed, as I say, I know people don't like, you know, cameras watching them all the time, but it's just getting to the point where it's not safe on the roads.
And there was another unit that was purchased. Help me out, Councillor Nielsen. That was, I think, spread among all the municipality, was the that thing that goes in front of the cars that measures license plates. As a car is coming, you won't know what car it's on, but that is something that's new in Grey Bruce, that it measures for cars that don't have tags.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I don't remember the name, but I do recall the discussion. Like, it checks, scans for the tags. So it's not the officer's eyes have to be on the, you know, they're driving, so their eyes are on the road, but
but it's a device that's in front of the car that it meets each car. It's a computer device that reads the license plate on each car it's meeting, and it goes through the computer and says, "Oh, that one's expired. Oh, that one there's an issue with that one, or that one." You know, it's always reading that information, and that's a computer device that is part of the Grey Bruce. And I can't remember if it was. I think that was a shared cost through all the municipalities. I know and I will say there's also last year, Councillor Nielsen, remember we put some money into the signage. If you go up Highway 10, there was those new signs that said, you know, slow down or take a break, or you've probably seen those signs. Those are also part of some funding that was put toward that. The other side too was the province's mandate was they were winding police services boards down to a regional board. Remember, if you go back, there was a report that said would we want a representative, and we passed that motion that we would want to have a community safety group or something. I forget exactly the wording, but the province hasn't finished that what they talked about changes to police service boards. So the police service boards are still in place, and it's, from what I'm gathering, it probably won't be till after the next election, and or maybe it's too close to the election to make that change. But I know last year we were ramping up that, and I think part of that also was as the police services boards were winding down, and should we use some of that reserve money for items that will help enforcement, policing in the future, and that type of thing. Madam Clerk.
Thank you for that and bringing that up. In relation to that, the budget for 2022 that council passed was anticipating the move to the joint board as per the direction from the province. So we should just take caution with the amount of reserves that we are spending, because our costs may be more for our police services board this year than anticipated if we don't move to the joint board sooner rather than later.
That's right. So, and that change is all of a sudden like nothing's changing. it's staying the same, right? So that's a really good point, Madam Clerk. Absolutely. One other comment, there was a report at our last police service board, which you'll see minutes coming forward, that actually, if you remember the cannabis funding, we ended up getting $26,000 that went back into that police services board. I don't know if you remember the beginning of this term of council. It was if you opted in or opted out. If you opted in, you were able to you get, I think, a minimum of $5,000. It ended up being that the uptake on cannabis licensing in stores was more than $100 million, I think, across the country, or was it maybe in the province of Ontario? I can't remember exactly. But anyway, it was way over what they projected, and it was a huge revenue stream. So if you ever want to go back to our last meeting and look at that report, there's a report on there that overall we got $26,000 from opting in. So that was a big thing at the beginning of this council, was whether we'd opt in. So anyway, I hope that helps as far as information, but those minutes will be coming, and Councillor Nielsen will remind me to remind him to ask those questions that the Deputy Mayor had raised. All right, any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Just be careful when you get asking, Deputy Mayor, you get a lot of information. All right, moving on. Consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that wish to be pulled for separate discussion or motion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. 9.10.
Okay. That was a request from the delegation. So, Deputy Mayor, any other items wish to be pulled for separate discussion? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for those consent agenda? Councillor Little and Councillor Allwood. Councillor Little, Councillor Allwood, that the items on the consent agenda be approved with the exception of 9.10 be approved. Any discussion on any of those items? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question on 9.6. Z67 2021, which was a proposal for C4, I believe it was, on Highway 10. And the planning, from the planning hearing, there were no comments yet from MTO. And I don't see any comments in the update about MTO. So I'm just wondering if the planner has any more information on if information has been received about the entrance onto Highway 10, or if this is expected to come before site plan approval. Thank you.
Okay, so you're directing that to the planner, or who are you directing that to? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Little. Director Benner, do you have a comment to that comment from Councillor Little?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just looking to see if we have received comments from MTO, and it looks like we have not. So we will be sure to receive those comments before we finalize the site plan agreement process.
Councillor Little for a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that and see if something had come in, but no, that's good. Thank you.
So just following up that with Director Benner, there's times where we don't get comments from MTO. Like sometimes they just don't comment.
Yes, sir, that is correct. They sometimes just won't comment. Given that this was on Highway 10, I would expect that they do, or they should, or they would, but we just haven't received anything yet.
I just know from experience that they don't always, you might be waiting for a while. Okay, thank you for that. With my indulgence to council, I did want to pull 9.8. I didn't realize that I didn't turn the page. I don't know, Madam Clerk, can I, with the permission of council, have that pulled as well, or do I need to move a reconsideration motion for that?
Busy night, we'll forgive you, sir.
Okay, it's a long day, sorry. Is that okay, Madam Clerk?
As long as it's okay with the rest of council, it's been moved and seconded, but it hasn't been voted on yet, so.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you for your indulgence. Okay, is there any other discussion points on the items for consideration? Councilor Lowe.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you cut out when you wanted to pull something?
Yeah, I meant to pull 9.8.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so since there's no other comments there, all in favor of the consent agenda? Okay, that's carried unanimously. So 9.8 is before 9.10, so we'll go to 9.8. If you see on 9.8, there was a letter sent out with regards to the suggestion of comments back from stakeholders, and I know Grey Highlands has been a stakeholder with regards to the issue of the closing of Simcoe County Road 91, which is more, I think, just Road 91. This has been a long file since I think the term of council that went from 2007 to 2010. That's when it started. I think quite a few are familiar with this file. Just an update, just briefly. As you're aware, they were doing an amendment to the Escarpment plan to reconstruct side road 2627, and but it was going to a hearing. But then there was a letter that was sent from Ministry of Environment with regards to their procedure of Clearview and their Class A versus Class C environmental study. And so it's sort of been in a little bit of a holding pattern because their interpretation and other interpretations were different. And the ministry was saying, I want to get more information on that environmental study and basically moving it up to a Class C would be a much broader involvement of that whole and we know our issue, or the issue that's been with Grey Highlands, is traffic. And we've raised that through delegations through the ministry, as well as joint delegations with the county and the town of Blue Mountains. The point I raised is this something that they're looking at drafting a letter, or the bigger question is looking at, is there options to possible alternatives in the sense of doing that road? And I know Michael was signed up for part of that hearing as a participant, as we have been, and other stakeholders. So we can come back with this but it was sent to me, and I wanted to bring it to council to look at, or just a brief conversation. If you're interested in something like this, maybe we could draft a motion or be part of it. You can sort of see there's sort of a draft idea there with regards to what is sort of sent out. I've been requested I've been sitting in meetings with the mayor of Blue Mountains, who was a party to the hearing as well, because if you know, the biggest issues around the Southern Georgia Bay region is traffic. And so anyway, this was a draft letter that was sent to me, and the idea is this council interested in being part of a letter, or a letter or a motion? It would have to be a motion to a letter that just looks at could we consider, is there a possibility of considering alternatives? I think even just that ask or that suggestion just shows that, you know, we are stakeholders as well. I know, Councillor Little, I know you're fairly familiar with this file, and I know it's been a while. It's been 12 years, and I will say in a positive sense, and I know Deputy Mayor, when you first ran for council, I know that you were inquiring about this issue as well. I will say the positive thing on this, 12 years later, that road is still open, and you know it does serve a lot of people. It's unbelievable, and you know, anyway, you know the file in that sense, and maybe this is something that could come back at another meeting and to give it some thought. I don't know. Any comments from anyone? Councillor Little?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, there is a process going on, and it was gratifying to hear that the ministry is requesting more information to determine what kind of environmental study should be done. I don't know who this letter is from, and I feel a bit reluctant to, there's not even a request here. I would prefer just to see the process continue, that there would be a hearing eventually. Town of Blue Mountains as a party was Grey Highlands scheduled to be a participant?
Yep. Yeah, we were registered. Yeah, we were.
I think there's a process. Yeah, I think we follow the process, and yeah, I just don't have enough. I don't know if this letter from an organization, from an individual, it's good information, Your Worship, but I think there is a process that we should be following. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. And I guess the other email that went with it should have been with it. It came from it was sort of from the group that's been sort of part of the other stakeholders. So maybe we receive it for information, and if I get more information, I can bring more information back for council's consideration. And I didn't realize that the email wasn't attached to it, and but it was it was something that was thrown to me, and I thought I'd best bring it to council. So, all right. So can we get a mover and a seconder to receive that? Councillor Little, we have a seconder for receiving for information, Councillor Nelson. Any other discussion on that? Councillor Allen? No. All in favor? That's carried. I will get more information for council for that reason. All right. Moving on then to item 9.10. Deputy Mayor.
I'll move it as presented, Your Worship.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Nelson. Any discussion on that item? Councillor Nelson.
Forgive me, Mayor McQueen. Question just for clarity is, are you is council wanting us to say our piece now on item 9.10 or 9.10, or when we hit the bylaw stage at 10.6? So this is just a report about the sale, or should we save our comments for 10.6?
I would save it for 10 points or to the bylaw part. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen.
Okay, thank you. I mean, is there comments to the report itself, like in general, that you wish to speak, or?
I think, okay, so maybe one comment I would have is there were some questions from
today?
There are questions from members of the community why the report doesn't have staff recommending the sale of the lands. So I'll say my opinion on that, and then I would maybe ask Clerk Martel how come that isn't a recommendation. But my opinion would be that we've entered into the conditional sale. So does staff need to recommend we finish a sale that we've already agreed to? Would be my question. But I'm assuming that staff don't need to recommend that we finish a sale that we've already agreed to. So that's why the recommendation isn't there. It's just one of the comments from the group.
Yeah, and certainly before I go to the clerk, there was it's in the bylaw, I think, where it shows the purchase of offer to purchase. I think that gives you all those details of all the points and conditions and that. But I will go to the clerk for further advice. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McQueen, to Councillor Nielsen. That is correct. Council, this report was simply on the process of what's happened with this and why the bylaw is on the agenda for Council's consideration. Council entered into the conditional offer and stating the conditions, and this report was just to let you know that the conditions have all been waived, and now it's council's time to do what they said in the conditional offer. So that's where we're at now, and that's why there's no staff recommendation to proceed with the sale. Council can make that decision upon the passage or the not passing of that bylaw.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. And I guess for clarity, I mean, it says the land deal will close within 180 days. Could close if there's conditional conditions to that purchase of offer of purchase. They can be shortened up if they wish, right? They can shorten that time period if they wish, but you know, look at it the same as buying a house, right? You have subject to whatever, and there's a certain time period that goes through, and then there's a date that's set up to close. All right. Any other comments, questions to that? Okay, so hang on. That was, I didn't write that down. So that was moved by Councillor. Sorry, can you read, Madam Clerk, who moved the second that? I didn't write it down because I was flipping.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Desai, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. The council received staff report CLS 2204 for information.
That's who I thought it was. Okay, thank you for that. All in favor of that motion? That is carried unanimously. Okay, there are 6 bylaws, 2022-05 to 2022-010. Councillor Nielsen, are you wishing to pull one of those bylaws?
Absolutely, sir. I would love to pull item 10.6.
Oh, sure. So that's bylaw 2022-010. Okay. Are there any other bylaws wish to be pulled by council? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for the remaining bylaws? Councillor Little, Councillor Nielsen. Moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Nielsen, that bylaws 2022-05, 2022-06, 2022-07, 2022-08, and 2022-09 be read first, second, and third time and finally pass, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah, that's carried unanimously. Okay, so the one that was pulled, Councillor Nielsen, are you moving that bylaw?
I will move the bylaw and I'll also ask for a recorded vote, sir.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Okay, moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2022-010, purchase and sale of Talisman lands be read first, second, and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. We've had a very significant number of members of the public come to tonight's meeting who are very interested, invested, and involved in what's been going on in this process. It is exciting to me that we have a community that is engaged and invested in the municipality. It is important that people have a chance to be able to speak. And I do feel it is disappointing that because of the number of people who wanted to speak, it would have been very difficult. Here we are at 6:30 to try to have everybody have the full 3 minutes. So I did ask to have that lowered to 1 minute, and it's unfortunate that was the case. But we did get in excess of 75 emails probably. I know myself, I received lots of phone calls. A few I was able to answer, a few not, because as a member of council, I'm also a business owner who is busy with that. And parent and all the good joys of the other things in our life. So we're not able to catch every phone call that came our way. There are a few things that I think I'd like to say just to kind of maybe refute a couple of the items that are getting tossed around, a couple of the comments that are being made. And, you know, I don't begrudge the people. They are going with the information that they have. The whole process itself, admittedly to me, is frustrating that we can't be more open, that we can't be more explaining of how we're going and where we're going and why we're so excited and why it looks like we're crazy people because we're excited about this crazy idea. But unfortunately, the process is we're not allowed to talk about certain things. And doesn't matter who gets elected or who doesn't get elected, those people are going to be bound by the same things we got bound today. So now that we are allowed to talk, here goes a couple of things. Number one, there's lots of comments about the fact that the lands are part of the Niagara Escarpment and should be protected. You're right. These lands are very much a part of the Niagara Escarpment. They're also zoned recreational and developable, and they're the only lands zoned that way throughout the Niagara Escarpment and Grey Highlands that aren't currently actually being utilized. It would be an unfortunate situation if we didn't take advantage of the opportunities that existed here. So in the last, you look at my lifetime, right? 40 years, Talisman operated as a functional resort that drew people here for tourism, that had a place where families grew up and families fell in love with the area, that caused those people to buy homes and are now members of this community because of what Talisman offered in the beginning. The last 14 years, Talisman hasn't operated. And for the majority of that time, council and members of the community have been trying to figure out ways where we can get Talisman back, or at least some essence of what Talisman was. So while I respect that the Niagara Escarpment should be protected, and will do my best to protect lands throughout the Niagara Escarpment that exist, that are part of those protected areas, this one spot is the only spot where this can happen. And I think it's important that we take advantage of this opportunity. Number two, community residents have expressed their desire not to see the lands developed. Very true. We've gotten 35 people, 33 of them were engaged tonight. We've gotten countless emails and everything. As a business owner very close to the lands in question, I get a lot of people who stop into my shop specifically to talk about this issue. I get stopped at the grocery store. I get stopped at the gas station. It's awesome. I love the engagement. The reality is, from what I've heard, 70% of the people who talk to me are in favor of what's going on. They're in favor of council moving forward with trying to take advantage of the opportunity that's here. They're excited that we can have a new venture that can draw. When the current owner of the lands in the middle purchased, there was a lot of excitement down in Kimberley. My business was located there, and I went to the event where Brian Ellis explained some of his ideas about what he wanted to do, and there was a buzz in the air as people were excited for something to come back. Here we are 14 years later. That deal didn't work out, but that's still the objective, is to bring that buzz back, to bring some energy back. We have a severe lack of accommodations in Grey Highlands, and so the idea that there's a potential for a hotel to come back there is fantastic. We have a huge crisis when it comes to the Airbnbs, causing traffic and problems on people's backyard and people's property. Well, they're here because there's nowhere else for people to stay. There's no venues, there's no events, there's nothing going on for people for accommodations. Well, here's an opportunity in a spot where the hotel existed before. We're not trying to take lands that are pristine and gorgeous and destroy them. We're trying to bring back what already existed for over 40 years. Number three, the appraisal not being done. That's actually factually incorrect. The Municipality of Grey Highlands did hire a third party that had nothing to do with ourselves, nothing to do with Think Compass, and nothing to do with the owners in the middle, that did an independent appraisal of the lands. Their appraised value was 1.27 million. Obviously, none of us agreed with that price tag. Hence, we did not accept an offer anywhere near what that price tag came in at. It is important to realize that when the municipality received the offer from Westway, it was the first offer that came in that was a concrete offer. And we had already been in the process of marketing these lands for months. The lands at the top of the valley have been in the working orders of the municipality for years as holding on to those lands to be developed. It's like the municipality owns the downtown Markdale. There's no intention of the municipality keeping those lands and turning them into parkland. They're being kept so that we can develop them when the opportunity is right. Here's the opportunity, so we're taking advantage of it. That kind of explains the other part, which is a question that keeps getting asked, is how come we didn't, accept or review or take into account ECB's offer. So one of the things is we'd already entered into a conditional offer that was public, and we heard all your complaints and questions and concerns when that was made public. When you've made a deal or have entered into a contract, you can't just go, oh, sorry, I got a better offer, I'm going to go run over here now. You have to follow through with the process. While I understand ECB has come with an offer, their offer is maybe on the surface a financially bigger dollar upfront, but might represent a significant difference in what could happen in the future. And I understand that there are members of our community who do not like the direction that this could potentially go. However, as I stated before, I feel from people I've talked to and people I've heard, the vast majority are in agreement with what council is doing. My last and final comment will be a comment that was made, you know, the 33 people who came tonight are all against it. Obviously, this means something. If you're for an item, you're not necessarily going to come yell at council to say, hey, I'm so excited for this. So we didn't have anybody come tonight that said, good job. But council has also received dozens of emails in the last 2 days that have said, I'm in favor of this. Not just residents of Markdale saying, yes, bulldoze the valley to make me feel better, but residents that live in Amick, residents that live in the valley, residents that live in Eugenia, in Epping, and all over the region close to the lands we're talking about, have told us that they're in favor of something happening. There's an opportunity here that council is taking advantage of. I sincerely hope all 7 of us are in agreement and approve and move this forward. And I know we're going to get yelled at. That is the wonderful part of this job. And I'm here to get yelled at. I'm still doing what I think is best for Grey Highlands and moving this forward. Thank you, Mayor McQueen and my fellow councillors for taking the time to listen to me. I'm done.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Nielsen. And just a couple things different that with an NEC plan, it's not zoning, it's designation, just in a sense, they don't call it zoning in the Escarpment. And the other thing, 14 years ago, I think you're figuring it was 2014 when we made the sale, which was 8 years ago. In the
2008 was the last time it operated though, right?
Oh, yeah.
2008, Talisman closed. So 14 years ago, there's Talisman was still operating. That was my point, sorry.
Actually, it was March of 2010 when the hydro got shut off is when it ceased to operate, and then that forced the closure because you don't pay for hydro, they don't stay on, right? So yeah, I thought you were saying about the buzz because I know the buzz of the new owners of Brian and Phil was after 2014, and there was a buzz. There was a buzz, very much. I remember each July 1st. Now we're going to do this and the naming and all that, right? The naming of Talisman Mountain Springs, I think it was, right? So thank you for those comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. Obviously, this has been a hard issue for all of us. I know all of us have read the emails. All of us have fielded messages, voicemails, phone calls. I just wanted to make a few comments here. First of all, people have called me. I've responded to their voicemails, called them back, and I've been accused of financial impropriety. I take offense to that. I invite these people to request a formal inquiry into my finances, and they will find that my integrity has remained intact. I can appreciate that they disagree with me, but to question my integrity is something I cannot stand by. And that is uncalled for. That's a personal attack. I've been told that I'm doing this to make some money. That's a direct quote from a person that I spoke to on the phone. Again, I invite them to launch a formal complaint with the Integrity Commissioner if they truly think that I have profited from this. I believe that a property that was formerly a commercial property, that being a commercial property again, not only would it bring more jobs for young people in our community, which was something I was unable to find, it also creates a commercial tax base. It adds a large employer to our municipality. I've had people who've told me that the buyers want to pave over the Beaver Valley. I'm not sure where they're getting that information from. I've asked these people that there's checks and balances in place. There's the NEC, there's conservation authorities, there's a public planning process, which ensures effectively that such things do not happen. And the response I get is, well, we don't have faith in those organizations. I can't argue that point. That's a subjective, having faith in an organization is a subjective point, and I can't argue a subjective point. I know this has been taxing for all of us, and I can appreciate that there's people who disagree with us, but I've quite frankly, I've been disappointed with the vitriol that has been directed at council and staff, the accusations that have been directed at council and staff, and just the absolute lack of decorum that has existed in this. I get people complaining that we've lost decorum in our politics. We're a democracy, and our politics represents elected from among those of us who wish to run for this office. So for someone from the public to tell me that decorum doesn't exist in our government anymore is a bit rich when they refuse to show decorum. This has been an emotional subject for all of us. I understand it's been an emotional subject for the members of the public. It's been an emotional subject for us as councillors. It's been an emotional subject for members of staff. And quite frankly, I wish we could have had some more decorum involved. The accusations, the partial truths, I'll leave it at that, Your Worship. This was not a good demonstration of democracy.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Allwood, I think you're wish to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship, through you to council. This issue obviously is one of the biggest ones we're going to deal with in this term of council. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. One of the pillars of our strategic plan talks about spearheading opportunities for the development of the municipal-owned land in the Beaver Valley. I think that we've adhered to our procedural bylaw and municipal act as we've moved through this, and the confidentiality that's required during certain phases of the project moving forward, we've adhered to. But I'm confident as the project moves forward that the respect for the natural beauty of the land, as well as fostering a vibrant local economy for generations, is what's going to happen out of this project. Any development that happens in this area will have to meet the strategic requirements, both the Great Sable Conservation Area and the Niagara Escarpment Commission, and adhere to the official plans of Grey Highlands and Grey County. So I share some of the Deputy Mayor's concerns about the sort of responses that we've been getting and even heard today in open forum. I mean, it's misinformation, there are accusations and threats, but I am confident that from my own perspective that we're acting in the best interest of the majority of ratepayers in Grey Highlands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allwood. Are there any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Sorry, Your Worship, I thought I could speak, but I may have to wait. Go to someone else, please.
Okay, sure, no problem. Other comments from other councillors? Just before you go, Councillor Nelson, I just want to make sure there's either others that have to speak. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
for a personal note, I've commented to a few people. We have a council that's a pretty diverse representation of this community. We have members that are on all sides of the political spectrum. We're all here representing people who voted for us to be here. And the 7 of us seem to agree that this is a good idea. If that's the case, then there has to be some truth to that, because the 7 of us have actively disagreed on a lot of items. We've had great debates. We've had great discussions. And you have the 7 of us here telling the public, we understand your concerns. We understand your fears. We are doing what we think is best because we want Grey Highlands to succeed as much as the ratepayers do. That's why we're here. That's why we ran. So I'm pretty proud of our council, and I know that there's a lot of people who disagree with that right now, and I can't help them with that. But I just thought that personal point might make sense to some people.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make one. We all take our job serious. Every one of us take our job serious, for sure. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I agree with all the points that have been mentioned so far. Some of the emails made reference to us being elected to represent individuals' wishes or desires for the community. My thought is that we're elected to speak for the residents of Grey Highlands. The 7 of us have been elected by, well, we weren't voted on, we weren't elected by the majority of Grey Highlands residents, but we were all successful in getting a seat at the table. And that's what we are doing, I'd say, but I'll speak just for myself, that's what I am doing, whether it's this decision or the Markdale ice surface or anything that we talk about. I'm making decisions based on what I think is best for the municipality. We've had, as somebody said, lots of disagreements on topics, but excuse me. I've lived in Grey Highlands for 49 years. I have 2 kids that live in Grey Highlands, 4 grandchildren. One has just built a brand new house here. They're here to stay. I'm not going to make decisions that I think will deter people like that from staying in Grey Highlands or coming back to Grey Highlands. So for those of you that did say that I'm not making decisions based on their desires, well, I'm sorry in this case, but hopefully other decisions that I've made have been what you would have wanted. I can't please everybody all the time. We're all doing the best we can and what we think is the best for Grey Highlands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Little. Take your time.
I'll try again. The Talisman property is, for a long time, has been not only seen as a missed opportunity, because it was a once thriving commercial enterprise that fell onto hard times. Subsequent owners were unsuccessful in revitalizing the area. And so in that sense, it's a missed opportunity. As Councillor Nielsen said, it's on a recreation area designation, Escarpment Recreation Area. I just refreshed my memory by looking that up again to see how that was defined. What are the permitted uses? And I think and the Niagara Escarpment Plan was just revised and passed revision in 2017, June of 2017. So it's not like an old document. It's been recently reviewed, and the Escarpment Recreation Area designation, permitted uses, criteria, et cetera, are relatively unchanged and certainly permit development in the area. Of course, balancing it within the environmental needs of the beauty of the escarpment itself. So I think it's realistic to consider this in the terms of the opportunity that's there for development to benefit all the residents of the municipality, and including the valley, of course, along with strong environmental protection, along with the other parts of the planning process that we've mentioned, official plans, Grey Highlands Conservation Authority regulations. I'm missing something, but yeah, there's a quite a high level of protection in the Niagara Escarpment area, along with the economic benefit. That's been sort of a missed opportunity that's gone on for quite a while, and we've heard from this council, the last council. We're hearing from residents what's going on with Talisman, what can council do, and so that's why that was an objective in our strategic plan that we developed with a lot of public engagement at the beginning of this term of council. The other piece to this property is the financial burden that's been exerted on the municipality. And when I say municipality, I mean all the ratepayers, from a failed opportunity, I would say. I don't really want to get into details about that, but we know that the municipality acquired the golf course lands because it was a default. And so, this is not a healthy situation. And so there's this ongoing financial burden. Finally, I would say that there's been criticism of Westway. People have Googled, people have based their opinion on a presentation that was made in May. This council has had ongoing conversations with representatives from Westway. And I have to say, I respect council. I respect the deliberations that council has the care that council has taken. And I'm feeling quite, even though it doesn't look like it or sound like it, I'm feeling quite optimistic and actually excited to see this process, begin to take place with full disclosure, with full and open communication, with significant public involvement in what is going to happen on this land. I am very, very sorry that people have been negatively impacted, emotionally impacted by this. And that makes this even harder. But we're doing what we think is right, and will provide a positive benefit for the municipality, for its residents. And that's why we're proceeding. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Councillor Little, for those thoughtful words, and I know that yourself, and we'll say all of council, every election we go to, we put our name out there. This council does its homework. It's engaged, and some would ask, why in the world would you ever do that? but we're committed. We're a committed bunch, right? And right through to today's meeting and where we are today. So, and with the help of great staff, you know, we do our best and make the best decision moving forward collectively or individually. But there are 7 of us. That's why through democracy, as the deputy mayor says, there's 7 of us around here to make decisions. So, and we know it takes majority to move things forward. And I will say that I've invested 25 years of my life into this municipality and on the governance of it. And again, somebody would say, why would you ever do that? And but we're here because we want to be here. I'm here because I want to be here. I want to do the best for my community as well, right? And I feel that's the same with everybody else, because if you're not here for that reason, you're here for the wrong reason. And any other comments from Councillor Valiquette?
Thank you, sir. Just really quickly, I agree with everything everything that has been said, and this is not an easy job at all. But I want to thank staff for everything that has brought us to this moment. I want to thank the people that I share this table with. We are a diverse group of people. And I don't always walk away smiling after speaking with everyone. Again, this is a tough job, but I am very grateful for our ability to get to certain points. And I also want to thank each and every member of our public, be it Grey Highlands resident or not, no matter how you came to a decision on this. I would like to thank you for being engaged. And I request of you to please continue engagement. No matter what it is that you're saying with your voice, please say it in a respectful manner. You know, I think the people at this table deserve for this job to not be made any more difficult than it is, quite frankly. But I do request that, and I look forward to this opening up in which more engagement can happen, more voices can be heard. And I request that of everyone that sent me an email, everyone that sent me a text, you know, the DMs, everything, please continue what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Valiquette. And at this time, I want to go to our head of staff and our CAO, CAO Gilman. I think you have wished to speak a few words or had a few words or a few comments.
Thank
so
you.
You're supposed to provide advice. You're providing advice here, right?
That's my job, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak through you to council and to members of the public. I've been in municipal government now for almost 17 years. 2.5, almost 3 years ago, this council put their trust in me as their CAO. I can honestly say in my 17 years in municipal government, I have never worked with a more effective council. This council is diverse. I speak to other CAOs who have much larger councils that don't have a diverse council. And with a diverse council, you get opinions across the board. We don't always agree. And like Councillor Valiquette said, sometimes we walk away and we're not happy with the decision, or we're frustrated with how things went. But I can honestly say, when I stepped into this role, the mandate of moving forward with the priority of economic development was council's #1 objective for me. And we started down a process that had been lagging and dragging. And we made suggestions and we gave council advice. And the staff that work at the municipality are experts in their field. We are so fortunate to have the experience that we have for such a small municipality. Every step of the way, council has asked questions. They've messaged, and I laugh because they start out by saying, I'm sorry to bother you, but where are we going with this? What's this? Those questions have been so important because this decision hinges on the expert experience that staff have passed on and recommended to this council. And council has taken that advice, dissected it, come back and asked other questions. You have followed policy, you have followed procedure, and you have remained steadfast and hopefully still do. I don't know where this is going to go, but I have a bit of a feeling. But frankly, you work for less than a living wage in this job. My biggest concern is the election and what type of people we're going to attract going forward. Because we need to know that in this democratic society, this is how the process works. The people speak and vote, the people that they believe are going to make the best decisions for our municipality. And I can honestly say, hand on heart, not just me, staff who've had the privilege to work with this council are in support of everything you've done, every decision you've made, every single difficult phone call, email, text message you take at 11:30 at night or 6:30 in the morning. You still remain passionate about this municipality and where we can take this and where we can go. Respecting all members of the community, not just one area, the whole entire municipality, the whole 882 square kilometers of hardworking taxpayers that live in the community. You make decisions on behalf of them. I'm so proud to be a part of this organization. I am honored that council put their trust in me 2.5 years ago to take this journey and to move forward. It is a privilege to be the CAO of this municipality, and I am 100% proud of the job I do, the job staff do, and more importantly, the underpaid, overworked members of council do every day. Thank you for your service, and I wish you Godspeed. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam CEO. But I will share something with you, Madam CEO, that there's one thing as a mayor that I won't do, and it was suggested last fall, and that was get on a bull and go for a bull ride. And I said, I will never do that. He said, well, we'll get big ticket. I said, I will not ride that bull. So there's one thing I will not do. I sort of said that to sort of cheer everyone up, but yeah, that was one thing I won't do. It was I don't know how serious it was, but gosh. Darn it all. Can you imagine, Danielle? No.
I bet there's a few, I was going to say a joke. I bet there's a few people who could see you on a bull right now, but I'll let that go, sir.
Goes the hat. Anyway, thank you, Madam CEO, for those words. And I always sum it up this way. It's called Team Grey Highlands. That's what we are as a team. So, okay. Are there any other comments? I do have some comments afterwards, but are there any other comments? Madam Clerk, Councillor Nelson has requested a recorded vote. So at this time, I see there's no other comments. Ask you to do the honors of that service, please.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. A recorded vote was requested by Councillor Nelson. So we'll start the voting with him. That bylaw 2021-010 being a bylaw to finalize an agreement of purchase and sale between the Municipality of Grey Highlands and West Bay Capital Inc. for lands referred to as Upper and Lower Talisman be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provision of council. Councillor Nielsen.
In favor.
Councillor Valakat.
In favor.
Councillor Allen.
In favor.
Councillor Allwood.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Desai.
In favor.
Councillor Little.
In favor.
And Mayor McQueen.
In favor.
By unanimous vote, that motion has been carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I have, through the assistance of staff, created a statement from myself representing council, and at this time I will read that out. As the public is aware, on today's agenda, there was a bylaw to approve the sale owned lands in the Beaver Valley, which has just passed through a recorded vote. Since the agenda has been published, council and staff have received a number of questions and comments related to this item, and I would like to address this. Since 2019, when the municipality released our 2019-2022 strategic plan, council has been committed to supporting our goals of spearheading opportunities for development of municipally owned lands in downtown Markdale and properties within Beaver Valley. The municipality owned lands in Beaver Valley that comprised the former Talisman Resort were always part of the recreational designation, as pointed out by a few of you here right now, or just a few minutes ago. The recreational designation lands under the Escarpment plan. These lands were never public lands in the first place, but were only acquired by the municipality through tax sale and foreclosure. The definition of public lands, as per the Public Lands Act, includes lands designated as crown lands, school lands, and clergy lands. Throughout the entire process of marketing these properties, council has assessed opportunities based on the benefits that would be provided to the residents across Grey Highlands for now and for the generations to come, and look at opportunities through social, culture, environmental, and economic lens. The loss of the Talisman Resort and the benefits it provided to the community has been significant. The revitalization of the lands in a way that is respectful for the community values will provide tremendous opportunity for all the residents of Grey Highlands. The community at large is feeling the impacts of increased tourism, aging infrastructure, and financial pressures related to the increased interest in the municipality. The sale of the municipally owned lands will provide an infusion of capital to the municipality to support the needs of all residents of Grey Highlands, and will encourage the revitalization of recreational lands that were once an iconic part of our community. The lands in question and any development, related to them is extremely complex. For years now, private sector owners have tried to resurrect the former Talisman Resort with no success. The very nature of the lands, which are governed by a variety of land use agencies, including the Escarpment Commission, Grey Sawmill Conservation Authority, the official plans of both Grey County and Grey Highlands, ensure the protection and direction of these sensitive lands, and requires that any development is compatible with the values established through these planning agencies. While recently there has been significant interest in the lands in question, there were no offers to purchase submitted to the municipality prior to the offer of purchase and sale received by Westway. Council reviewed Westway's offer not only from a financial perspective, but also in the terms of the ability to move the project forward in a timely and sustainable manner, and their commitment to aligning their plans with the community's vision for the Beaver Valley and the municipality at large. Council has considered all the comments received from the public during the Beaver Valley visioning process and comments received related to the offer of purchase and sale from Westway. While we are hearing from passionate and vocal individuals who oppose the sale, there are many other residents and business owners who have spoken to us about the importance of the economic impact and the revitalization of the former Talisman Resort lands. The council members who sit before you today are residents of Grey Highlands, who own businesses in Grey Highlands. We raise families in Grey Highlands, and the items we deliberate and decisions we ultimately make are made with the best interests of our neighbors, our friends, and the residents and business owners in this great community. As a part of the now approved agreement, the fulsome public engagement process with the community will take place, facilitated by the planning partnership, who will be engaged by Westway to guide the planning and the community engagement process. Westway is well aware of the importance of these lands, and council is confident that the community will be excited about the Westway plans and will recognize the benefits that the revitalization will provide for all of us. We understand many people have questions, and we have compiled response frequently asked questions on our greyhighlands.biz website under the business opportunity page. And again, thank you, council, for everything you've done and the engagement that you have through this process and all the other decisions we make here at council. Thank you. All right. I don't know if there's any other comments.
Can I request a 15-minute break, Your Worship, please?
Sure. I know it's so. Yeah, we think back to the day. Was it last time we adjourned at 3:27? Remember that day? That was a short one. All right. 7:21. So 7:35. Is that okay? Okay. See you at 7:35. Okay. I don't know if the deputy mayor is back yet, or it is, there he is. Okay. It's 7:35. We'll move on to notice of motions. Notice of motion that's placed on there. I guess I could ask for two things. I can pass this over to the deputy mayor, or is there somebody willing to move and second this motion without me stepping out? Councilor Little. Okay, moved by Councilor Little, second by deputy mayor. Deputy mayor, are you seconding that? I thought that's what he left.
I will second, sir.
Okay, Councilor Nielsen seconds. Okay. Any discussion on that? If I do, then I do need to step out of the chair. So any discussion on the notice of motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. That saved some time. Okay, are there any new notice of motions? Councilor Valaket and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the rest of council, I will be bringing forward the recommended notice of motion that was from the Postal Service, where there was basically a template notice of motion in there. Unfortunately, I can't open the PDF right now to directly speak to it, but we all have it in our package.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I will be working with CEO Gavin and Clerk Martel to word a motion that is to be debated at the next council meeting to invite the CEO of the library system to come present to council. We have had a change of guard, and it's been a long time since we're going to have a new CEO for the library system present to us, and we haven't been introduced to the new CEO, or we haven't met the new CEO as a council, and so I will be wording a motion to be debated at the next council meeting for the CEO to present to Grey Highlands Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarity through council to the CEO, is that Madam CEO? Where are you there? Madam CEO? Sorry, I don't know if you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't get my video on.
Okay, so I'm just asking in a procedure wise, the notice of motion that was suggested from the deputy mayor is to bring the library CEO to council to sort of speak about the library. Is that something that would require a notice of motion, or is that something that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, out of respect for the library board, perhaps the motion should go through the library board to request that the CEO comes and presents to council.
Okay, I know that deputy mayor was going to work with you on crafting that, but I just wasn't sure if there was a procedure that needed to be done, or that's something that because she's a new person, she could just come to council under your direction. But
No, the CEO doesn't report to me. She reports to the board, and that's why I said out of respect for the board, I would request that it came through the board. Yeah.
Really, yeah, the procedure. I just thought if there was an invite for you to the CEO, would that be something? But well, that sounds fine. I'll leave it at that. I just was seeking a procedure on that. So, okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Sorry about the confusion there. I just wanted to seek that out. Any other notice of motions to be brought forward today for a future consideration? Okay, very good. Councilor privileges. Are there items for? I know it's been a long day.
County highlights, sir.
Oh, sorry. County highlights. It's been a long day. Sorry. Deputy Mayor, you wish to start off? I know we had a busy county council and we had a budget. So
yeah.
You want to start off?
In all honesty, it's been a long day. We deliberated the budget. Committee of the whole is making a recommendation to council. I wish I could remember what the number was at the top of my head, but I honestly do not. The minutes, I knew it was 2.8 something.
Yeah, 2.88. Yeah.
That's the recommendation that's being made to council. $65 million had to be raised through taxation, which is which is what brings us to the 2.88 number. And if there's any questions regarding the minutes that are posted to the county's meeting, I know myself and the mayor are always happy to have a conversation regarding them.
Yep, no, certainly at any time if there's any questions that come out of that. I'm looking at the agenda, and there was I'm looking at the right one, about the committee to set up for mental health and drug addiction that was set up, or that was passed. And I know they're looking at members in the terms of reference to bring that forward or whatever.
And I'm also happy to report that a lot of members of county council have put their names forward. The vote on creating that task or that committee was unanimous, and county council has recognized that we've been in an addiction epidemic longer than we've been in the pandemic. That we've lost more lives to addiction and mental health issues since the pandemic started than we have lost to COVID-19, and members around the county council table recognize that. And emails have been, I don't want to say pouring in because there's 18 of us, so you can't, pouring in is subjective, but emails have come in, and there's a significant amount of interest from members of council who want to be on this committee.
Right, that's great. Okay, no questions there. I need a motion to receive the verbal update from Grey County meeting highlights. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Little. Any discussion there? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, sorry about that. Councillor privileges. I jumped the gun. I guess I was trying to get this thing done, but any comments from councillors of some highlights of have gone by? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As members of council are aware, I'm very passionate about soccer. I'm very passionate about soccer teams, and I'm very passionate about soccer, not just in the municipality, but also in our country. On Sunday, Canada beat the US 2-0 to move to within one win of qualifying for the Qatar Olympics, or for the Qatar World Cup at the end of this year. There's still 4 more games to be played. Nonetheless, if Canada wins tonight, and I forgot what time they're playing, but if they win tonight, they're through to the World Cup without the last 3 games really having much of an impact. It's an exciting time for our nation. We've really developed our grassroots soccer facilities, our grassroots soccer infrastructure over the last number of years, and this will be the first time since 1986 that the Canadian men's soccer team will be participating at the World Cup. I know we've had a lot of success with our women's soccer team, and that's continued on. And a fun fact for trivia masters are out there, the coach of the Canadian women's soccer team who took them to the Olympic silver in London 2012 is the coach for the men's soccer team as they're breaking new records now. So behind every successful man, there is a woman. Yeah, and it's just an exciting time for soccer fans around the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm sure those grassroots in Hamilton the other day were pretty solid. All right. Any other comments? It must have been quite a thing to go from South America to play to Hamilton. Like, that's quite a change in temperature.
They're playing it. They're playing in El Salvador today. So
wow.
if my recollection is correct, they went from playing in 30 above to 15 below, and they're playing in 35 above tonight. So
I don't know how you get used to that, but I guess you do when you're on top of the world, right? Yes, just a highlight on that. So other council privileges. I will say that the Roma conference, I thought was quite a successful conference. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of new, I think around planning and housing was a big thing. I know I had our Roma or our AMO conference, our AMO board meeting on Friday, and my MOU or my executive meeting on Thursday. But there is certainly a lot of discussion around how do we get housing in rural Ontario. One size does not fit all, and so I find that I was really taken back from the new excitement or something at Roma. I don't know what it was. Roma has developed a paper that if anybody's had a chance to see that. There's a lot of stuff in there that suggested changes, and I think the government of the day has the year on some of that stuff. So I think they say that in the province of Ontario, there's over 700,000 units short of for housing, and that's going to continue. So I'm not sure who came up with that stat, but you can see where it drives the price because it's supply and demand as well, right? And one of the things, right? So, okay, since there's no other, we can always save it up for the next meeting. I know everybody wants it. It's been a long day. There's nothing else. We don't have to worry about closed session because we dealt with that earlier on today. And I need a motion, confirm the proceedings of today's council meeting. Councillor Whittle, Councillor Allwood. That bylaw that's going to be bylaw 2022-011, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on February 2nd, 2022 be read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Any discussion there? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Upcoming meetings, they're listed there. I don't know if there's anything else to add. Any discussion on those meetings? Seeing none. We need one more motion. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Valiquette. That council adjourns until the next regular scheduled meeting or until the call of the chair. All in favor? That's carried. Well, long day. If you take the averages from last meeting at 3:27, it's a short, relatively meeting. I want to thank staff, council, and the viewing public for taking part of today's meeting. I know it's been a long day and a lot of business, and certainly we move forward from here and continue to move forward from here. So have a good night, everyone.